my broadcast. That's comical. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Indaba Africa. This is Chris Wyatt coming to you from central Pennsylvania. A pleasant, warm greetings to everybody who's tuning in from all over the world, but especially to those listening in Namibia and in South Africa. Goeiedag, Sawubona, South Africa. Dumela, Botswana. Greetings, New Zealand, Singapore, Germany. Vielen Dank für alle die Zuschauer. Very happy that everybody's able to tune in today. Very special Saturday program. We'll be interviewing Gisele from Namibia. She's an Afrikaans singer who sings folk music and she sings country music. Not my genre, but she's pretty good at it, so she's got me listening to it now. In addition, she also sings in Afrikaans pop. And we'll have her on in just a few minutes, but before we get there, I want to say hello to everybody and welcome some folks in. Let's see, we've got Christo there, Hank is there, my Ranger buddy's there, Terrence, Tazy, people are coming in left and right now. All right, folks, welcome aboard the stream. So glad you can make it. And some exciting news. I also will have a guest on Monday on a special feature presentation in which I'll bring on Renee Kruger. She's an Afrikaans girl, boer meisie, a farmer girl from South Africa. And we're going to talk about culture, Afrikaans culture in particular. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome so much for tuning in. Hank is in Laos. Wow, that's interesting. That's quite a ways off. All right, so here we're going to go. I'm going to bring in now just a second. I'm going to make myself smaller because I am not the focus of this program today. It is my guest, Jezelle, and her manager, Johan Yssel, whom I'll bring in just a moment. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome in Johan. He's sitting there. Johan, welcome to the stream. How are you today?
Hi, Chris. Nice to be here. I must remember to look at that camera, not at this one, for a change.
Yeah,
Thanks for having me.
I'm in the same boat as you. I have this habit of looking at the center because I got a new camera, so you're kind of in the same boat. So Hogandit, sorry.
Yeah. Baie goed dankie. I must remember that I can throw in Afrikaans here and there, eh?
Just don't get too far down that road because I'll fall behind.
Yeah, I'll get you back if you let me fall behind with the English.
All right, it sounds like a deal. Well, Johan, you are Giselle's manager, and not to break a few hearts here, but and risk losing a few people in the stream, but I don't think I'm letting the cat out of the bag to mention that you are also her husband, yes?
Yeah, very true. And in Afrikaans, I think Tien Jordan has got a song, Namib's Roos, meaning rose from the Namib desert. And when we got married, one of the newspapers did an article, and the heading was magician plucked a Namib's Roos, so.
Oh, that's brilliant. But Johan, we're not going to talk about it today unless we have an issue here and we need some time. But we'll do a future stream. You are also a magician and an illusionist. And in fact, if not the top one in South Africa, certainly one of the best. But I've heard rumor that you are the best magician and illusionist. But you've not been doing that recently, but that is in your past, is it not?
Yes, I'm a magician and illusionist, but the past couple of years I focused on Giselle's career, promoting Gisele and other artists. So I put the magic, aside for a while, and we'll see what happens in future. But I'm more a grand illusionist. I do big illusions, like we made the Voortrekker Monument disappear, and cars and big things like that. Even though I enjoy the smaller magic as well. But for now, I put that aside a little bit, and maybe in future I'll pick it up again.
So you're focusing on Giselle's career and promoting her music. She's been singing for a bit now, but I think a lot of people really don't know her. I think a number of people have heard of her song Suidwest, but they're not necessarily familiar with her. Can you tell us a little bit about her and her music career before we bring her in?
Yes, the thing with Gisele, she was one of those kids that she could play piano fluently at the age of 3, literally. She was one of those, and singing with that. And so it was clear from an early age that she would be in the industry in some way or another. And that's the way that she grew up. And in school, after school, the only thing after school that they thought of was singing lessons, and that's what she did, And she recorded her first album at a very young age after leaving school. Professional album, but it was never released commercially. And I met her about 10 years after she started recording that album. And another decade passed in the meantime, and she's been working very hard in the meantime, performing, doing shows, touring, but we are only releasing the first commercial album now. It's actually going live on the digital networks this week. Physical copies are available already. It's been for a couple of weeks already, but due to the lockdown, obviously the shops are closed. So, yeah. But her big claim to fame, I would say, was the Suidwes song. About 3 years ago, she had an overnight success with releasing Suidwes. It wasn't even a release. It leaked out, and she received just about 150,000 views in a short period of time. And then we realized, listen here, this is going to work. So after that, we released the official song and video, and the rest is history.
Well, we've already got one question, which I'm not going to answer yet, but it's from Jason. Jason says, is Gisele going to do one live song for us? We'll see. We'll see. But for folks, look, this is not clickbait. It's not a big tease. This is an interview with Gisele, but she's off screen, and I should share with you, and part of the reason for that is she's a relatively recent new mom. And so she's got her hands full with the little one there. And so we will bring her on shortly, and as long as the little one behaves, she'll be on the screen with us. But so far as her career, now she also has a country album, does she not? Has that been released publicly?
Yes, both albums. The country album was the first album that was released, that was recorded, early in her career. Never released commercially until now. It's available on her website, and obviously at the live shows, people never buy only one album. They always buy both. Even the online orders. For some reason, all the copies that we've mailed until now were both albums. So yes, the country album is available. Yeah.
Well, what we're going to do now, I think, Johan, is since we've started this, I'm going to go ahead and play her music video, Faraans Mensa, and we'll give folks a chance to listen to this song. Many of my viewers have heard it, of course, before. To me, as a non-Afrikaans speaker and not an Afrikaner, it almost plays like an anthem. In favor of Afrikaans, the language, the culture, and it's quite stirring. Would you agree that my view of it is correct, or is that my off base because I'm not from inside the culture?
You are definitely very correct. What happened there was Gisele started working on a very special tribute album to an overseas band whom she worked very close with, and the reason why I'm not naming them is we are still going to release that album in future. But the plan was to record that album and to release it. But it's difficult to release an Afrikaans artist with an English-orientated album. You know what I mean? Especially if it's a new artist. And during that period, she wrote Faraans Mensa. And a TV channel asked us to release the song because their slogan was also Faraans Mensa. So we recorded the video, we released it, and within 1 week, we received an email saying that it was the most downloaded song for that specific week in South Africa. Now, that was about 3 years ago. And then we realized, listen here, maybe we must rather do the Afrikaans thing first. And within a couple of hours after that, she wrote Suidwes. And like I said earlier, the Suidwes song just started running and went viral. And until today, that was her big claim to fame. So yeah, Faraans Mensa is definitely an anthem. It speaks from the heart, and it talks about the stuff inside our veins, if you know what I'm talking about.
Die taal is in ons bloed. Yeah, exactly. That's awesome.
Exactly.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. So again, not a big tease. Gisele is coming with us in just a moment, and I apologize for if there's a buzz in the background, but we have a little bit of audio problem on the other end. But you should be able to hear Johan and Gisele fine. I can hear them. But anyway, so what we're going to do now is we're going to go ahead and play Faraans Mensa, and then we'll rejoin you with Gisele in just a moment. All right, folks, here we go. All right. Just got to make sure I got everybody off. Here we go.
raad en saam, met lyding en hoop, verdriet en saam staan jy staan. Jy is altyd daar. Dit wat ons doen, ons liefdes, ons vreugdes, ons plekke, ons thuistes, tot daar waar ons reis, jy is daar. Afrikaans is ons wese. Dis die taal waarin ons groet, die taal is in ons bloed, is Afrikaans, vir ons mense. En ek stuur vir jou 'n sein, met 'n boodskap daarby, en waar jy is, sal jy dit kry, in Afrikaans vir ons mense. Al verander straatname, al word helde laat val, ons is steeds stuur ons adem, ons kultuur, ons verhaal, dit sal altyd bestaan. Afrikaans is ons wese. Dis die taal waarin ons groet, die taal is in ons bloed, is Afrikaans, vir ons mense. En ek stuur vir jou 'n sein, met 'n boodskap daarby, en waar jy is, sal jy dit kry, in Afrikaans vir ons mense. Ons is daarmee gebore, die taal waarvoor ons staan, dit vloei deur ons are, ons kinders praat het saam, dit sal altyd bestaan. Afrikaans is ons wese. Dis die taal waarin ons groet, die taal is in ons bloed, is Afrikaans, vir ons mense. En ek stuur vir jou 'n sein, met 'n boodskap daarby, en waar jy is. Dis die taal waarin ons groet, die taal is in ons bloed, is Afrikaans, vir ons mense. En ek stuur vir jou 'n sein, met 'n boodskap daarby, en waar jy is, sal jy dit kry, en Afrikaans vir ons mense. Afrikaans vir ons mense. Afrikaans vir my mense. Afrikaans vir ons mense.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is Chris once more with Indaba Africa. How about that stirring song? What do you guys think? Pretty amazing stuff, eh? Well, in just a moment here, we're going to do the big reveal with Gisele and Johan back on the channel. And I'm just watching the background. I saw some movement with a little one there. She's not there at the moment, but we're going to bring her back in just a moment with Gisele. All right, folks, I think we're ready to bring them back. Let me turn their microphone back on. All right, and just a second, we will have them there. So the big reveal, here we go, ladies and gentlemen, live from Pretoria, Gisele. And there's Johan.
Hello.
Hey Gisele, how are you today? Hoe gaan dit?
Hi, dit gaan goed. I'm good, and thanks so much for having us on your show.
No, it's an absolute pleasure. I hope the folks were able to hear the stream very well. Listen, I have to say that your pronunciation of the Afrikaans G is much better than mine, even though you're from Namibia.
I know. Thanks.
So, hey, let's dive right into that. You are from Namibia, and a lot of folks noticed that on the stream when you did the album debut for Faraans Mensa. I was getting all kinds of chat hey, where is she from? Is she Namibian? She's not from the Western Cape. What? No, she's not from the High Veld. So tell us a little bit about your accent. You also have an American accent from time to time, if you could share that as well. What's the story?
Yeah, from time to time. Yeah, well, for the American accent, I grew up in Namibia and I was homeschooled, and it was an American system, and so that's where the American accent comes from, but I never speak English, so it's not that strong anymore. But
She definitely lost the American accent.
but but you can hear it. So that's for the American accent, and for the Afrikaans, I hear that I sound different than the Pretoria people. And that's because I'm Namibia, so I have that Namibian accent. And then we moved to South Africa, and our first stop was in Uppington in the Northern Cape. So I picked up on that Northern Cape accent as well. So yeah, that's me.
Now, of course, Afrikaans is your first language, but I certainly understand that. You know, I became aware of that phenomenon myself years ago after I became fluent in German, and I was mistaken for German, and they asked me if I was from Frankfurt, and I didn't understand why, but it was because as you moved around to Uppington, you pick up the mannerisms, the colloquialisms, the usages of the language without even realizing it, and it easily identifies you. But I will tell you this, all the Afrikaans speakers know that you're not from the Western Cape. They can pick that up in a heartbeat.
Okay.
All right,
but
so
listen, I have to say, your German is quite good.
Really? You think so?
Oh.
Also manche Leute haben mir das schon gesagt. Also ich muss sagen, es ist schon über 30 Jahre, seit ich Deutsch gesprochen habe.
You see?
Yeah.
That's what I mean.
I can make noises like that.
Okay, Johan. Are you using magic to make those noises? No, just kidding.
I want to hear that.
Well, welcome folks for tuning in. You're listening live to the interview with Gisele. Gisele is a Namibian singer who is currently living in Pretoria. And with her is her manager, Johan Yssel, who, not to break any hearts out there, and please don't leave if you're tuning in, but Gisele is married. And speaking of being married, you're a new mom. Yes, you've got a child there.
Yes, I am, and she's keeping us busy.
Yes,
She's actually right here next to me.
Okay.
So, yeah, but a little bundle of joy.
Chris, we have backup.
There you go. Well, that might work for me. Can I have that? I got a sweet tooth.
You're welcome.
No, but when we were doing the test call, just to make sure everything was smooth for the show today, we called up, and Gisele had the baby in her arms, and boy, she's all over the place. She's jumping around. I thought she was a springbok there for a moment.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, no, she's quite busy. But I think we're going to be okay for now.
All right. Well, that's okay. If she has to come on camera, we don't mind. But if she's off camera, that's fine too. But so how old is she, if you don't mind? And what's your baby's name?
Her name is Gisele, and well, you can tell that part of the story.
Gisele, about the name?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, Gisele, we were looking, obviously, you know, naming a child is a very, very important part of you know, the whole process of becoming a parent. And Gisele loves the French language for some reason, very much.
For some reason. It's so beautiful.
It's a beautiful language.
Yeah.
And she took French lessons and all of that, so she's very much into French. And the French accent and sounds. So, like for instance, Gisele is very serious about her name. You know, she's not Jezelle or Yezelle, it's Gisele. You know what I mean? And she wanted something similar for her child. So she came up with Gisele, and I said, no man, it's common, you know, so, I mean in a good way. And then we added the L, and it became Gisele. And coincidentally, that is Gisele's name, just mixed up, the same letters, Gisele and Gisele. And so that's where the name came from.
No, it's absolutely quite beautiful, and folks are commenting in the chat here. They also think it's beautiful. By the way, Gisele, I don't know if you noticed, but you see what I'm wearing today? Rugby jersey?
No.
It's
Actually, I can't see you.
Velvicious. Oh, that's right. You can't see because, I'm sorry, you cannot see. My apologies. I'm wearing a Velvicious rugby jersey today in honor of Namibia and Gisele.
Good.
Thank you.
No worries. Okay, cool beans. Yeah, for those who...
and sorry, yeah, you asked about her age. We'll be celebrating her first birthday on this coming Thursday.
Oh my goodness.
Yep, the 11th.
Well, happy
Well,
birthday to
okay,
El
now
Gisele.
she's standing up straight.
She knows you're talking about her.
Chris, but you mentioned earlier Giselle's country album,
Yes.
and then you told us earlier that you want to, sometime during your retirement, move to Nashville because you just love country music. Is that right?
So I see that Johan is not simply an illusionist and a magician. He's an aspiring comedian. Perhaps I'll link him up with Joe Emilio. Actually, I love Nashville. It's quite awesome. My brother lives in Nashville. He's been there for about 20 years. Yeah, it's well over 20 years. Yeah, he and his wife moved down there because they she worked for an insurance company, was based in Nashville. And so I went down there and visited them a few times. It's quite lovely, nice town. But no, I'm not a country music fan. My mother loved country music, and she used to play it incessantly, so that's why I don't like it. No, what I meant.
Too much of a good thing.
Well, she would play the 45s all the time, and it was just, it was the old country music from when she grew up in the 50s and 60s, and that's it was okay. But later country music, the Oak Ridge Boys and Alabama, things like that, I really got into. That was actually pretty good, but I'm never really a big fan. But there's definitely country music I can listen to, and what I've heard from you singing country music, Gisele, I'm going to start paying attention again because you got an amazing voice, and it really is cool.
Thank you so much. I love country music, but in South Africa, when you talk about country, people think Dolly Parton, Kenny Rogers, Don Williams, maybe a bit of Alan Jackson, and that's about as far as it goes, eh? Yeah. So,
but country music is much bigger than that.
Yeah, much bigger than that.
So,
but yeah, I love
Gisele said that she would love to do another country album in future, but it will definitely not be anything like the first one. Talk about the country that you like, the direction.
That's a difficult question. Do you want to answer that for me?
Well, before you answer, Gisele, let's do this then. So you're a Boermeister, aren't you? You grew up on a farm in Namibia, yes?
Yes, my dad's a farmer, and it runs in his DNA. So yes, I grew up on the farm. I think that kind of shaped me.
Now, this is a farm in Namibia, so my guess most likely it was a cattle post. They probably had cattle, not growing lettuce and vegetables.
Yeah, and I was so scared of them.
Scared of what, the cattle?
The cattle.
Well, that's probably not a good thing to be a Boermeister and be afraid of cattle. We won't tell anybody.
Yeah, I know,
Don't share that outside the stream, okay?
It's so weird.
Don't tell anyone.
Anyway, so there's a couple of questions that came up in the stream here. One was someone asked, where was Faraans Mensa filmed? Where did you guys record that at? The backdrop and the scenery?
Interesting story.
Yeah.
I'll do the first part, and then you can tell the rest of the story. Roughly 12 o'clock in the afternoon that specific day, Jezelle, for some reason, instantly became very frustrated, and she said, look, it's time to do something with her career now. And I said, okay, let's start with your hair. And I phoned the hairdresser, and they gave us an appointment immediately. I took her there. They did her hair. It took about 2 hours. And we walked out of the shop. We said, okay, you need clothes. And
well, yeah.
within minutes, we bought an outfit for her. We got in the car, and it was roughly 4:30, 16:30, going on 5 o'clock. It was traffic time in Pretoria, and we had no idea where to go, and there was definitely no time left to shoot a video. But we drove the Voortrekker Monument. Sorry, we were attacked by a baby just now. I'll be with you in a second.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, okay. Giselle's back because this is where she must take over with the story. So.
Yeah, and then we started to shoot the video, and we were done before sunset. It was like 1 or 2 takes.
Literally, it took
like 15 minutes, and we were done.
15 to 20 minutes, and because we only had the sunset part to shoot, and that was it. So we did the whole video, I would say 15, 20 minutes, and it was done. That's how quick we had to do it. But it was at the Voortrekker Monument.
Excellent. That was quite amazing video footage you guys had there. I really I think it adds a lot to the song. The song stands on its own merit. You can just listen to it and be inspired. But when you see the imagery and the background stuff, it really is cool. I think you guys did a brilliant job on that. You got a great eye for what needs to go in a music video. Good stuff. I really liked it.
Thank you. The fact that the Big Ben Tower and the Opera House, Australia, and all those things are in the video, and I think Table Mount, Cape Town is there somewhere. Yeah. That wasn't part of the same 15 minutes.
No, I don't imagine it was. Probably a little bit harder to pull that part off. But speaking of recording things, well, not really recording, but Giselle, Johan said you started playing the piano at age 3, or you were proficient at it at age 3. Wow, that's beyond impressive. I don't recall what I was doing at age 3, but when did you actually start singing? Was it the same time, or did you begin later?
Yes. You know what, music and singing it's been a part of me since I can remember. I was able to harmonize when I was like 5 years old. I can remember a time when I started to sing.
So you've just always been singing, that's your memory?
Yeah.
Did you sing at church? Are not to be too personal, but are you a churchgoer, and was it part of it? Did you sing in the choir, perhaps?
Yes, that's where I started, was in the church. I think we all start in church.
But she was not just part of the choir or so, she was always, since early childhood, I mean, she was in primary school, and then the adult choirs and plays would get Jezelle, even at a primary school age, to come and teach them and get, put their shows together. And the same in church. So she was still a child, and she was running the music in church.
Yes, always.
Now, there's a question here, Giselle, and I don't understand where this is going because I don't know the person, but someone asked a question. Do you know, if I pronounce this correctly, Anati Visage? Is that a musician?
Sorry, just say again. Let's try again.
Antanchi Visage?
Visagi?
Yeah. Yes. Do you know who that is? I don't know who that is. Someone asked that question.
That's the name, right? It sounds very familiar.
Yeah, I was just curious because
she's on my Facebook page. I don't know.
Well, speaking of folks you know, since maybe I probably butchered. Well, I know I butchered that name, but you do know a certain Beati Prinsloo, yes?
Yes.
Yes. As I understand that you were childhood friends, and in fact, for those who watched the
we grew up together. I mean, she's also from Grootfontein and in Namibia, and she's my best friend, and I love her so much, and I miss her so much, and we don't see each other, that often. I wish, but yes, we grew up together, and her parents still live there in Grootfontein. They have a guest house, beautiful place. So yes, I know the artist very, very well.
So now, for those who don't know her and may not recognize the name, she is a Victoria's Secret runway model. And last time I checked, she's married to a certain gentleman who plays in this minor band that you've probably never heard of. I think they're called, he's Adam Levine, and Maroon 5, I think is the name of the band?
Yep, can you believe it, eh?
Very small world.
I thought she was going to marry a lekker plaasboer in Namibia. And then she ended up marrying Adam. But I think he's a great guy. I haven't met him, but what I've heard, I think he's a great guy.
Well, she definitely went in a different direction. He's pretty much the opposite of an applause board, to say the least, with his musical talent, his tattoos, and his worldwide fame. But now, you recorded a song which is a tribute to your friend, and you shared it with her, I think before you actually released the song. Can you tell us that story? Because I think it was rather touching.
Yes, I wrote the song. I was sitting in front of the piano, and I was writing the song, and I recorded it on my mobile phone, and I sent her a copy, and I said to her, please, this is not for Adam, this is just for you. And she listened to it, and she started crying, and then he walked in, and obviously he didn't understand a word. of the lyrics, and so he wanted to know what's going on. Did he do something wrong? Why is she crying? And she didn't tell him. But yeah, but it's a very, very special song for me. Very personal.
So you made Adam Levine Disturbed. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Now, you grew up, of course, in Namibia and in Afrikaans community. The number of Afrikaans speakers in Namibia is not that large. I mean, there are people who speak it as a second language, but basically, first language Afrikaans speakers, probably about 60,000 white Namibians and probably about 40,000 colored Namibians, especially the Rehoboth Bosters, amongst others. But as a relatively small community in Namibia, what was life like as an Afrikaner growing up in Namibia? Because things in South Africa are very different these days than what they were, say, 20 years ago. And they're very different than, I would say, Namibia today for the Afrikaans community. Would you agree or disagree?
Yes, definitely. And growing up in Namibia, I'd say it was peaceful. And we were a really close community because it's not a big community. But it still is.
Yeah, it's still the same today.
It's still the same, yeah. Yeah, I just love Namibia.
No, it's a beautiful place. And
I'm
then,
jealous of that.
because you're jealous of it.
I would have loved to grow up in Namibia.
Yeah, but you grew up in Sabi, which is also
Yeah, you can
So
be jealous
beautiful.
of that.
yeah, it's so beautiful there. Yeah,
But still, Namibia is best.
of course.
But so far as the relations between folks in Namibia, you don't have the sort of tensions that you see in many places in South Africa today between Afrikaners and others. No, it's quite pleasant in many respects.
Not at all.
Yeah. Beautiful place to go.
No,
So
no.
Jason asked a question about your coffee. I don't know why he's asking about your coffee, but he wants to know what your coffee is.
It's not coffee. It's Milo, actually.
Ah, okay. Well,
Yeah,
okay.
because it's getting cold now. So yeah, I decided that a cup of Milo.
But it's
will
a
do the
brand
thing.
new tin of Milo. Because Giselle sent me to bought this just before the stream today. Up until now, she's been drinking her own coffee brand. Did you know, Chris?
Yes.
Giselle's got her own
Yeah,
coffee
we
brand.
haven't told you.
Are
Yeah.
you serious?
Yes. The
Wow.
Giselle Luxury Collection, or what do we call
Yeah,
it?
and we have two, how can I say, two labels, or two types of beans. The one is called Pure Plaas, meaning pure farm,
Farm. Yeah,
whatever.
pure farm.
How's that direct translation?
Exactly.
Pure Plaas. And what's that one?
The other one is Suidwes.
Yeah!
Suidwes Boeretroos.
Are you serious? No
Yes.
way.
Yes,
Well,
and it's-
there's only one problem, Giselle. I don't know if you
Sorry?
know this, but my description of coffee, I would enthusiastically run out and get some if I could, but I think that coffee is an evil substance invented by Satan to enslave mankind.
Well,
Yeah,
could
well,
be true.
No, I'm
Very
just kidding. It's
Yeah.
just I've said that for years because you see the people who are addicted to their caffeine, if they don't get their coffee in the morning, just run the other way, sort of thing. But no, it's just, of course, I do drink the Starbucks. People see me drinking the Starbucks.
talking about us, Chris.
Guilty.
Guilty. to be a slave to coffee is one thing, but to be that serious, to bring out your own coffee brand, I mean, that pushes the limits. I mean, we've got bags of coffee here, 40 kilogram size bags, a stack of them. So I think that pushes the limits a bit.
So I'm going to take a few more questions from the chat here because I did promise viewers I would be taking questions from the chat. I've been getting a lot from Jason, so I'm going to switch really quickly here to one of really dedicated subscribers and followers, and that's Yanni van der Walt. And Yanni asked if I could ask Giselle about the song Waar is die Day? That song is so nostalgic. What are your thoughts about that?
What has he done?
I absolutely love that song. My mom bought me. Well, there's this place in Walvis Bay, Namibia. It's the Belgian chocolatier, and they've got the. Oh, no, I don't even want to talk about the chocolates. It's just divine.
You are really into chocolate, I've noticed.
I am.
Giselle is a coffee and truffle person.
So one December we were in Swakopmund, and then my mother she bought me chocolates, and from that shop, and it came in a packet, and it was a white bag, paper bag, with all the Afrikaans sayings like
traditional Afrikaans sayings
and whatever.
Nice Afrikaans words on the packaging.
Yeah. And so I took it and I decided that I'm going to write a song using only the words on that paper bag. And so I put it in my handbag. And hello. And it took me a year to write that song, but it ended up sounding like Odyssey Daw.
Pretty cool. So back on the coffee, I'm curious now. So are you guys serious? You're not pulling my leg? You actually have coffee brands?
Yes.
Okay, well, I will make the
What's
offer
your address,
to promote your coffee, even though it's an evil weed from Satan. I'll be happy to promote it for you.
At least I don't get drunk drinking coffee.
That's true. So, Johan, Olaf says that he grew up in Hazyview, which is not far from where you grew up.
Wow!
Look at that.
Yes. Sorry, Hazyview.
Hello.
He's our new best friend now, Chris. Sorry,
Okay.
Chris.
So that's your homeboy there. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, let me just for a second remind folks our deep apologies, but there is a buzz. It's coming from Pretoria. I think that the intelligence services have found out about this stream and are curious, so they've tapped into the line. So when you hear Gisele and Johan, you'll get that buzz. That's just there. We can't fix it. We apologize for that, but we are aware of it. Thank you for that. So, someone said something about Van Coke. I think she have a voice to do an awesome song. Oh, Grant says that he thinks that you'd match up well with Van Coke doing a duet or song.
Rancho Van Coke.
Yeah, that's the guy.
Goodness. That sounds like a bit of a challenge, but but who knows, maybe.
Well, speaking of appearing with other well-known Afrikaans musicians, I saw that you appeared on stage once with the one and only Steve Hofmeyer. How did that come about? Was that rehearsed or planned, or what happened there?
Nope. Not at all. It wasn't
It was planned.
It was planned, but it wasn't
Rehearsed.
He asked me to do a song with him, and I said, yes, what song? And he said, how about a country song? And I said, yeah, okay, what song? And he said, okay, how about Help Me Make It Through the Night by Chris Christopherson? And I said, okay. He said, okay, we're going to do it in D, see you at the show. And I was like, we have to rehearse, Steve, we have to rehearse. And he was like, no, we're not going to rehearse, see you at the show. And that's how it happened. So hopefully I'll be able to sing with him one day, record a song rehearsed.
So how did it go? Were you happy with it? Did the crowd respond well?
They did.
It was a big crowd.
It was a very big crowd. I was up on stage just before him, and then I got up, and he got up on stage and did a few songs, and then I came back on, and the crowd was so loud, I couldn't even hear myself.
Wow.
Yeah, so it was difficult, but he had in-ears, so for him it was a breeze, and he said it sounded really good, so I don't know.
Cool beans.
But I couldn't hear.
I just want to add to that.
Yeah.
When singers perform on stage, they have stage monitors.
Yes.
The main sound plays towards the audience, so the singers behind the speakers can normally not hear proper sound. That's why they use monitors, small speakers playing towards them, so that they can hear, the music properly. But because Steve uses in-ears, the stage monitors were switched off, and we never thought of that. And when it was on when Gisele was doing her song, but when she came back on in Steve's show, it was switched off, and she couldn't hear a thing. The only thing she could hear was the audience, the loud audience, singing in 25 different keys and screaming. And the only reason that she was able to pull it off was because she was very close to Steve, and she could hear.
We were using only one microphone.
Yeah.
Ah,
That
okay.
helped a lot. So he was standing right here and singing into my ear, and that helped.
No, I always wondered how that worked. That's interesting.
Yeah.
But it was fun.
So, Johan and I were talking as we coordinated the stream there, Giselle, and he shared something with me. I don't know if I want to tell you about this. It's nothing bad, but I found it astounding. He said that you, for a period, felt you needed to take some singing lessons. You took some singing lessons. That seems bizarre to me. You sing amazingly. Did you take that for a reason, and did it help you in some way?
Yes, it definitely helped me. I think if you want to sing, you have to go for singing lessons. So I did that for like 5.5 years after I finished school, and
She refused to get on stage.
yeah, I always say, why do you want to be good if you can be great?
I like that. That logic works for me. Great.
Yeah.
So it proved to be useful for you to help you out?
Sorry, can you just repeat that?
So the lessons proved to be useful for you. They really helped you out with your singing.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Yes, I can recommend that.
So can you tell us the story of Skydiving? How did that come about? What motivated you to do that song? And because it's been a huge hit.
Yes, I have to. I'm gonna try to keep it.
Slight distraction there.
I'm
That's
sorry.
all right. No. That's all
Sorry.
part of life. She's adorable. It's unfortunate that nobody sees her. She's adorable. By the way, for those of you who are from America, if you're watching the show, their daughter looks just like the Gerber baby. She looks just like the Gerber baby that we've seen on the baby food bottles for the last 50 years. She's quite adorable.
Yeah, thank you so much. No, you know what? I have to tell the story. Johan and I have been going through such a tough years actually, and it was so bad. I don't want to get into that. That's a very long story for another time. But it was so bad that I stopped singing.
And I stopped doing magic.
For 2 years.
Shame.
And, time went by and everything just went from bad to worse. And then one day, I believe I was at my lowest, and I kind of made a deal with God. I said, Lord, you gave me this voice, and there must be a purpose for that. So if you want me to be in this music industry, then I'm going to need your help, because I lost my passion for music. I lost my passion for people. I think I was just in a very, very dark place. And I always believed that, I always said that I'm a singer, but I'm not a songwriter, because I've tried in the past, and that ended up as lyrics on a piece of paper in the dustbin. And I said, so if he wants me to be in this music industry, then I'm going to need his help. I said, Lord, you're going to have to help me write my own songs, because I can't do it on my own. And long story short, about 10 days later, one morning I was standing in front of the mirror doing my makeup, and it just came to me. The lyrics just came to me, and I went straight to Johan after that. I had the chorus, I had the second verse, I had the bridge, I even had the melody, and he gave me some ideas for the first verse, and I wrote my first song, Faraans Mensa. And I was quite happy about that, and I looked at that lyrics and I knew that this is something I can work with. This is not going to end up in the dustbin. And so we recorded the first song, Faraans Mensa, and we released it. And as you heard, 7 days later, we received an email saying that it's #1 for most downloaded song in South Africa for that week. And I was shocked. It was overwhelming. I didn't expect that. And shortly after that, I wrote my second song, which was actually my dad's idea. My dad said, Giselle, please write me a song about Suidwes. And he said that it's going to be a hit. And I thought, yo, whatever. and and then shortly after, I wrote Faraans Mensa, I wrote Suidwes. And my dad was right. It was and still is such a big hit. I mean, the video just went viral. And I'm so grateful for that. And after Suidwes, I mean, the rest is history. Ek onthou van ons, South Africa, waar is die daar, hy het daar verloor, all those songs followed. And I'm so thankful.
All from Giselle's pen.
Yes, and we just launched the full album, and it's a 10-track album. And I wrote, for someone who said she's not a songwriter, I wrote 9 out of the 10 songs.
Wow, that's impressive. That's well done. And I can confirm, Giselle, I was checking the statistics, and you were correct. The song did go viral. In fact, the transmission rate is about 10 times as heavy as COVID-19. It's all over the place.
Wow. I like that.
Yeah, so you're far more infectious than COVID-19. So just to share that. Excuse me, I'm all choked up about that now.
COVID-19 anyway.
You have to listen to the album with a mask, then.
One of the viewers, Lone Wolf ZA, says it sounds like the baby is practicing her vocal cords already. It does sound like she's getting started there.
Oh, yes.
Oh, and she's a dancer.
Oh, she's
yes.
a dancer, okay.
Yes, she's my biggest fan.
But you know what? She was born 11 months ago, but
Almost a year ago, yes.
she existed already while the album was recorded.
Yes, while I was recording, I'm still in the studio, and yeah, and she was kicking.
To the beat.
Yeah, no, not to the beat, but yeah, and so I believe that she heard the music while we were recording, and yeah, so she loves
We
music.
can clearly see today she loves music. She loves all music like all babies do. But when Giselle's songs play, she just
Perks up.
oh
Yes,
yeah.
and she does this.
Are you serious? That's amazing.
Yay!
She was 8 months old when she was doing it.
I can only imagine how distracting that would be to have the baby in your belly there when you're trying to record and she's dancing around. That had to be very distracting.
We have
Yes.
videos of that.
So special.
Oh my goodness. Well, listen, there's a lot of really good comments coming in. People saying nice things. Let me get a couple of them here. Let's see. Lynn said something. Now it's gotten ahead of me there. Please tell Giselle I think she's awesome. So much better than S. I don't know if she's talking about Steve Hofmeyer, but that's a very nice thing to say. So thank you. Christoph Havanga says, has Giselle done a show with Kurt Darren or the Campbells yet? He has a family in the entertainment industry, and he'll promote Giselle among them. So apparently Christoph has a family in the entertainment industry, but have you performed with Kurt Darren or the Campbells?
Yes, we.
You know them well.
Yeah, we know them, and we are always in the same lineups, you know. So they get up on stage, and I go up, and then when I go off stage, it's Steve, and then so we all know each other. Yeah, I haven't done like a duet with Kurt or with the Campbells, but yes, we work together.
Excellent. Well, there's a question here from Lynn again. She wants to know where they can find your music. I would imagine on Apple, iTunes, and Amazon. Where can they get it? Either physically, because it'll be physically available in stores, assuming you can go in them without a lockdown. But right now you can get it digitally. So where can we find your music?
The short answer is everywhere.
Not everywhere. It's not here.
But I would say if you want a physical album, the best would be to order it directly from Giselle's website. We have a deal with a very reliable courier service, so we can just send it off to anywhere in the world.
I'll sign it for you.
Yeah, that's the best.
Oh.
www.giselle.co.za.
I feel so cheated. I bought some of Giselle's music on Amazon. Not only did I get anything physical, I didn't get any autograph. I really feel cheated.
We'll come and visit you one day, and then I'll bring you a copy.
No. We'll sign his downloaded tracks.
How do I do that?
Are you going to sign my computer screen? Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Hank Pretorius asked if you know Kobus Snyman. He recently released his lockdown sessions. Kobus Snyman. I'm not familiar with Kobus.
Kobus
Kobus Snyman.
Yeah.
From
Bruges.
I don't know. I'm not familiar with him, but Hank asked that question.
I
We
I don't know
A-
about
we
you.
know A Kobus, name.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the music industry.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's probably the same person. Okay. So Olaf said some very nice things. He says, talking about Namibia, he says, I love Southwest Africa. When you're there in the desert, you really experience the greatness of God and the vastness of nothingness. There is so much beauty in that harshness of the land. Ain't that the truth?
Yes, it's so true, and you feel so small.
Now, you guys, speaking of Namibia, you guys have a bit of a relationship and a connection with Swakopmund as well, do you not?
Oh yes, it's no secret that that my heart I lost it in Swakop.
Wow.
So we go there very very often, and oh, what a beautiful place! I mean, yeah, if you haven't been there, you have to go.
No,
There's so much to do. It's so beautiful. It's just a great place.
Well, I've been there, of course, a few times, but the one thing that I haven't done that I've always regretted is I've yet to do the quad biking just south of Swakopmund on the dunes. That looks so incredible, but I've never gotten around to it. Have you had a chance to do that?
I haven't, but Johan did. He did a TV show about Swakopmund, promoting Swakopmund and surrounding areas and about all the activities there is to do. And so he did go, yeah. He did go quad biking and skydiving and kayaking and what else? Yeah. Dolphin cruises and yeah. So, but for me, coffee shops, always the coffee shops.
Coffee
Yes.
shops. No wonder you sell coffee. You have to pay for your addiction.
Yes, and of course we always stay at this beautiful place, Atlantic Villa. If you ever go to Swakopmund, make a reservation, stay there. It's such a beautiful place, Atlantic Villa. It's a boutique guest house, and of course I am the face of Atlantic Villa, so I do promote them. And but there is no better place. Like
a
Atlantic
completely
Villa.
a completely unbiased viewpoint. Thank you for that, Giselle. No, but Giselle's right. Atlantic Villa is quite lovely in Swakopmund. You should check it out. So there's, let me see. There's people are asking you to create a YouTube channel for Giselle. That might be something in the future. There's some other projects that Johan is working on. So, but that'll be announced if something like that comes along. But in the meantime, folks can support her by going to her shows when the criminalization of normal behavior is ended in South Africa, whenever that may be, next year, 2096 or whatever year that might be. Then you'll be able to go to her shows live. But in the meantime, you can go to her website and support her there. And also you can watch her concert that she debuted the album Faraans Mensa right here on my channel. It's available under my past live streams. It's 1 hour and 3 minutes. And listen, you're both here. I got you both in front of me for the first time other than a test call. So let me relay this to you. That was brilliant. And I'm not just blowing smoke up your skirt. That was brilliant. I mean, listen, Johan, the production values on that concert were amazing. The fact it was done in the early days of lockdown, and Giselle, your performance was amazing. The ability to sync your live performance with the videos, which I know is always a challenge because you get so easy to get off track. Really well done. And I had a lot of fun with that concert. The Trumpy song kind of got me bouncing around. And then
That's good to know.
yeah, watching you jump out of a plane, I was like, what is this girl drinking? I am not jumping out of planes.
Oh yes. And again, that was not my idea. So Johan went skydiving, and he was so scared, and I was so nervous for him. And then when they landed, he was like, "You have to do this." And I said, "There is no way I
I was
won't."
not like you. You have to do. I was like, you have to do this.
Yes, and I said to him, "There's no way. I am not jumping out of a plane. I'm not crazy. I will not do this. Never." And then the following weekend, we went back there, and I was getting ready to jump. And what an incredible experience. Again, if you go to Swakopmund, please visit the guys from Skydive for fun. They were just great. But I wasn't just jumping out of a plane. I was actually shooting my own music video, which will be released maybe after the lockdown.
Okay.
Yes, we had a camera strapped to my one arm and my cell phone strapped to my other arm, and I had earphones so that I could hear the music. And obviously not during the free fall because you are going so fast you can't even think straight. But when they opened the chute, I hit play and I started singing, and I was shooting my own music video.
That's amazing.
I think that's kind of the world first.
Yes.
No, it was that video. Let your photo up. I was like, when that song was playing, you should have seen people. I was like, spring, spring, spring in the chat on the live stream. It was awesome. It was really cool. People really got excited about that.
I'm enjoying Giselle's music. I mean, you're American. You are not even Afrikaans or an Afrikaner, and you enjoy her music. And thank you. You don't know how much that means to us. Thank you.
No, it's
so much support, and thank you so much for promoting me and my music and introducing my music to so many people out there. I really appreciate it. Thank you so very much.
No,
I think we owe you a signed copy and at least one bag of coffee, Chris.
What am I going to do with the coffee? No, but oh gosh, no. Actually, in the interest of full disclosure, which I always do, I never drank a single cup of coffee or tasted it until I was stationed in Italy. Because I worked in intelligence, you have to meet with Italian security officials. And Italians, if you don't drink coffee, you're suspect. It's kind of like if you're an Afrikaner and you never lived on a farm, are you really an Afrikaner?
Or if you don't eat biltong.
If you don't eat biltong, there you go. So I actually had to take coffee, and the first time I had it was an espresso. And I went to meet an Italian official with...
If it's Italian, obviously it will be espresso. Yeah.
Oh, dear God. I thought I just drank motor fuel, jet
Yeah,
fuel.
I know.
But it is, Chris.
It is, yes. But
it's not motor fuel, it's jet fuel.
Yeah, jet fuel. So yeah, I can drink it, but I'm just not a fan. But if I can drink coffee if there's lots of milk and lots of sugar in it, but then I might as well drink chocolate milk, right?
But Chris,
Yeah.
that's why there's a special coffee called Americano. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So that's if you take it. It actually started in Italy when the Americans were there. Do you know the story?
Yes. You're talking about from the Second World War when Americans arrived there and afterwards, yes?
Yeah. And the Americans didn't like the espresso, so they added the boiling water, and it became Americano. So it's espresso with boiling water. So this, yeah.
I get why they didn't like it, because it's vile.
That's so strong. No,
Yeah.
That's terrible. I have an idea, Chris, if you want to.
Yes.
We'll give you the bag of coffee, but you can give it away on your channel.
Ah, well, that's an idea.
Yeah, and we'll send it off to whoever you want to give it to.
Well, let's shift back for a second to Namibia. There's a question here from Terrence Lowry, and he says hi to Giselle, and he wants to know, and I'm going to expand the question a little bit, because he asked, have you met Nia Nell or Rihanna Nell, both from Namibia? I don't know Rihanna, but of course I know Rihanna Nell, and I love her music. But have you met them? And let me extend a little bit further, because Namibia has some artists. You have Elvis Blue, I think, from Elvis' son, and or Elvis' son is from there. And then you have Juanita du Plessis, and then of course our kids, Ruan Josh and Franny du Plessis. Do you know any of these artists?
Yes, and also Jonita's brother.
Sorry, I'll be back. Well, the short answer is all of them.
Yes, we know all of them. And also Jonita's brother, Jonita du Plessis, his name is Peter, I don't know if you know him, Peter Nadia. He's also obviously from Namibia. But Rihanna Nell and Nia Nell, we have met them, but I don't personally really know them. But we've met before.
Okay. Well, I think that was an interesting question. And for me, I was curious. I think we chatted before, and I knew that you were familiar with Franya and Ruan Josh, who I think are really awesome, both of them. Amazing music. And her videos, Franya videos are just amazing. I really, really enjoy her videos as well.
Yeah.
Now,
That's good.
I'm sorry.
No, continue.
Yanni van der Walt said that he's been to Swakopmund for travels. He works with mining industry a bit, and he spent a lot of weeks there and done the quad biking, and he has stayed at Atlantic Villa.
Yay, man. Such a great place to stay, really.
No, it really is. Kind of out there, though, a little bit far from the beaten path, but quite a beautiful place. So,
yeah.
Terrence has also asked, are there any large music festivals in Namibia?
Yeah, many. Well, not as big as in South Africa, I guess. But yeah, there are many festivals. There's a festival in Swakopmund. Actually, there's two. We have our own, yeah. Oh, we have our own festival, actually one, which is a really nice one in Swakopmund during December. Yeah, in Makiti. Yeah. Yeah, many. Because Swakopmund won. They won by the time of the year last year, so they threw this big party, festival way style, which was the Makiti. Right. Yeah. And Swakopmund. Yeah, that was big. That was a big one. I also performed there, and also I have to. Jonita Duplessis was there, Emo Adams was there, Fat Man was there. I can't remember all of them now. But yeah, quite a big one.
So I'm going to take three things and string them together now, Giselle. Okay, so Ben said, send me rooibos tea, but I'm going to say no because I can buy rooibos tea here. So thank you for that. Don't waste the postage. And number two, rooibos tea is not from Namibia, and it's not from Pretoria. It's from the Western Cape. You're in Pretoria now, which is where I'm going to link the third thing. Earlier in the stream, I think it was Jason asked, why did you move to Pretoria? Since you're from Namibia, what's with Pretoria? Why did you move there?
You know, we always talk about it. It's like when you're in the music industry, you got to be here. You have to be in Pretoria or Johannesburg. When we go back to Namibia, we are those people from South Africa. What's with that? Yeah, so yeah.
For some reason,
all the studios are here.
You know what, Chris? That's an interesting thing about the entertainment industry. We never perform in Pretoria. We hardly have shows here.
Yeah.
Never is actually the word.
Yeah.
And in Johannesburg, the shows are always out in the country, somewhere in southern Africa, but never in Pretoria. Still, your address must be here.
For some reason,
Gauteng,
it's just
Pretoria.
weird, but for some reason,
your address must be here to be acknowledged. Yeah.
That is interesting. So Jason, not to embarrass Jason, but I think Jason's become a bit of a fanboy here. Jason says, ask Giselle who does her hair, it looks beautiful. And I would agree, but obviously you're at home during lockdown, so I'm guessing you're doing it yourself.
My hair?
Yes, your hair.
Jason? I like you. Thank you.
Where are you from, Jason?
Yeah, Jason, let us know where you're from. He might have mentioned it earlier, so we'll come back to that. There's some other comments here. Vili Famak says that he can't live without his coffee, 15 cups a day. I think, ladies and gentlemen, we have a customer for the Giselle coffee right there, 15 cups a day. And then see what else. Lone Wolf has mentioned, may we see the baby? I don't know if that's possible. I think they wanted to see it confirm if I was right about the Gerber thing, but anyway. And Ludwig says the coffee is not on your website. Do you have a website for the coffee?
Oh, they've been to the website.
They've been to the website.
We'll add the coffee.
To my online shop, yeah.
Not now, I'm going to fetch the baby.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, that'll be great. Thanks for... Ludwig, thanks for, it's sometimes in life you just miss the painfully obvious. And I mean, I didn't even know they were selling coffee. So clearly they're missing sales. And you guys have helped them out now by pointing out that maybe it should be on the website. Sometimes we miss the things right in front of us. And so there you go. Excellent.
Add the baby to the website or the coffee?
No. We're not going to add the baby to the website. We're going to add the coffee to the website.
The baby to the website.
I don't want to sell my baby.
She could be a model at a very young age. No, Lynn was saying, where did you get the coffee? Well, Lynn, Johan is going to add it to the website, Giselle's website, and we'll put the link in for that, and you'll be able to find it there. Olaf says coffee gives him a bad headache. Drink green tea and rooibos. Okay. Editube says it's a nice chat. That's excellent. All right, so let me go back and ask you a couple more questions here. So you have the two albums, the country music album now, and Faraans Mensa, which just came out. So it's probably unfair to say, when do you plan to release your next album? But I know you're already working and you already got some work done for another album. Will that be a year from now or a few months from now, or are you going to wait until you can start traveling and performing again?
Yeah, I don't even know how to answer that. I want to release a new album, maybe at the end of this year. I don't know. But it's a bit difficult with the lockdown now, and I can't get to the studios and record. And I have to say, because I write my own music now,
Yeah.
I have to spend time and work on that as well. And with a baby, it's a bit difficult now. But yeah, that's a bit of a challenge. She's keeping me really busy. But I think after the lockdown, we'll see. I don't know how it's gonna play out. Go to the studio and maybe release singles, and if I have enough, then put it on the album. I don't know.
Look, the short answer there is lockdown made it very difficult to stick to the business plan. The business plan is to always be in studio. Giselle's got enough material written and ready to be recorded and released, and the idea was to stay in studio and record a single roughly, to release a single this year roughly every 6 weeks.
Yeah, that was the plan.
Yeah, just to keep material fresh for this year at least. But lockdown mixed that one up, so that's happening. But as soon as 10, 15 songs are ready, the next album will be out.
Well,
That's the same with music videos as well, eh?
Oh,
We wanted to release music videos
For the
every
current album,
for the current album, like every
month.
month or 2 months, and now we're in lockdown. It's not gonna happen.
We were going to release Boerejol already. February March was supposed to be Boerejol. The Ligje Voete op.
Definitely left it
The Skydiving video was supposed to be April, May, June, July. We had them all lined up, and none of that was possible. So, yeah, thanks, Mr. Corona.
well, that's a fantastic answer, but I got to be honest with you. I think you kind of lost all of us because there's a new star on the show, and Gisele and Johan, you can be quiet now because everybody's attention is focused on Gisele on her first appearance here. She's a rock star already. Look at her. She's
Ja. Wat zo? Baie vir die mense. Hallo mense. Kyk vir die kamera dan baie.
Die color.
She was waving yesterday when we did a test. She was waving, guys, so she does wave. I think the camera's throwing her off because she can't really figure it out. But yeah, so there's her first worldwide live performance, Gisele. Anyway, so there's a question here about who asked? I think it was Agro asked this question. I wanted to know if your music gets airplay on the Pretoria radio stations like Pretoria FM and Root FM.
Interesting question. How are we going to respond to that?
Uh-oh, you don't want to make
You're
people
going to do
mad.
that
so-
on me.
No, I'm not going. No.
Okay, again, I'll say yes. The short answer is yes. Pretoria FM plays Suidwes. They did play the song, and when it first came out, they played the song, regularly. But oh boy. There we go. Yes, Pretoria FM playlisted some of Giselle's music. I'll do that. Okay. And
Give
answer
me the mic. Give me the mic, not the bottle. Give me the mic.
Okay, but Chris, they playlisted Suidwes and they played it a lot, but we haven't heard it lately, and we listen to Pretoria FM day and night. They haven't played it for the past year, I would say. And we sent them new music.
I'll be back.
Okay.
We sent them new music recently, and they emailed us and said they will decide whether they want to play it or not. So we're holding thumbs. Hopefully they will play that. But Groot FM simply replied. We sent them the same music, and they replied, and they said sorry, they won't be playing Giselle's song.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I used to listen to Jacaranda all the time because they streamed, and I haven't listened to it in a while. So I wonder if you get more play around the country. I don't know if the Jacaranda plays your music because they're more of an 80s, 90s music when I listen to them.
You see, for us, it's difficult to monitor all radio stations ourselves. We send the music to literally all the stations in South Africa. but also to stations in Australia and other countries where they play, and even internet stations where they play Afrikaans music. And they play Giselle's music regularly on other stations all over the country. We get notifications now and again, but for some reason, and when we write music, we write in a way for specific stations. When Gisele works on a song, she says this one is good for Jacaranda, that one's good for Pretoria FM, and so on. But then that's just, it's never cast in stone. We've received so many surprises where radio stations come back to us and say, sorry, we're not going to play the song, whatever the reason.
Now, that's unfortunate. I worked in my youth, I guess I can say that now, in my youth, as a disc jockey at a radio station or a DJ. And I know how that goes with airtime. It has a lot to do with promotion from the studios. And if you're not a studio artist, that really hampers your airtime on most radio stations. And Giselle's not a studio artist right now. She doesn't have a contract with one of those big companies, does she?
Yeah.
Yeah, true. But I kind of prefer it that way.
The industry changed a lot, and there are how can I say, benefits to being an independent artist nowadays.
Yeah. So there's Get You Online. Lynn asked a question about how old. I think she's talking about El Gisele. El Gisele has a birthday this week. She'll be 1 year old. So happy birthday to El Gisele in advance. And let's see what else we've got here. So, Lone Wolf says that El Gisele is already practicing the mic drop after the show. And she tried to grab the microphone there.
And she knows exactly what to do with a microphone.
What's that?
I said she knows exactly what to do with a microphone.
Oh, so Yanni Vandeva was sharing something with us, which I know already that you guys know about, especially Johan. Yanni said that there's an interesting YouTube video done by the Kiffness that shows how music artists can go check if they have royalties due for radio channels that play their music. There's third-party actors and software programs that scan the same sort of thing. So on YouTube, when you're a content provider on YouTube and you play something, if you're playing someone's music or you're playing their footage from a television show or something like that, there are programs out there that screen for that content because there's markers in the metadata. So I think that's what he's talking about. Can you talk about that a little bit, Johan? Or?
Yeah, it's actually a very, very nice system. It's easy nowadays for artists to self-publish music professionally, providing it must be on standard. And then the electronic, each and every song and video's got a thing called an ISRC code. Different code for video, different code for the song, and for the soundtrack. And whenever that song gets played on TV or radio or even on Chris Wyatt's channel, then
Yes.
we get a notification
Yes,
saying
you do.
song was played.
Yeah, no, I got permission, of course, from Gisele and from Johan to play their music, and I did the concert, and then I got a copyright claim. Like, wait a second, I have permission from the artist, but there's a process for that, so it just shows the system does work. Anyway.
But at least it shows that the system works well.
Yeah, which is good because, one of the things, guys, this is a little bit off topic, but it should be of interest for Gisele and for Johan, and you probably know this already, but maybe not everyone in the audience knows. There's amazing music in West Africa. West African musicians are tremendously amazing. I've seen some unbelievable music and heard it in West Africa, but the problem is that you don't hear about West African artists because, we're going to lose both parents. You don't hear about West African artists because there's so little copyright protection. People go to their concerts, they record them live, and then burn CDs and sell them on the streets of Accra or Abuja or Lagos. And then the artist gets nothing from it, no royalties for their hard work, their labor. And it's really sad, but it's one of the reasons why the world doesn't know that West Africa has such an amazing music scene. And you have similar things for black African artists in South Africa. That happens a lot too. With the Afrikaans community, fortunately for many artists, the system is in place that does protect their copyright. And it's a good system, I think. But people don't realize just how vulnerable your intellectual property is out there.
Yeah, true. I want to say same with Namibian artists.
Hey, Giselle, can I get you to sit back a little bit because you're away from the microphone now? Sorry.
Oh,
There you go.
yes.
There you go.
Is it still on?
No, it is on, but you were just leaning forward and it was behind you, so that's perfect
Okay.
right there. Sorry. You're
Okay.
saying with Namibian artist.
Yes. I mean, Namibia's got great talent, but you also don't hear their music and you don't know about them. And royalty-wise, they
I would say in a way it's a lack of knowledge.
yeah, it is, yeah, maybe. It's like Johan said, it's a lack of knowledge, maybe. But yeah, it's bad.
Well, your second greatest fan, apparently, after El Gisele, that would be, again, Jason is asking another question. And he wants to, he says, he can't wait to see you perform at Barnyard, I always pronounce the word wrong, Barnyard Vereniging?
Vereniging.
We have a history.
Yes, we do have a history. Barnyard Vereniging. Yes. That sounds like a great idea.
Well, there you go. It looks like Joe Emilio has joined the
Let's
program.
come and say hello.
What's that? Come and say hello. Okay, yeah, brilliant. Hey, by the way, folks should know that Giselle was planning a concert tour for the debut of the album, and of course, lockdown, it kind of went awry, but I was fascinated to discover that that included a trip to the United States. Where were you supposed to perform here in the U.S.?
We were going to perform in Atlanta. Help me out now.
Yeah.
Texas.
2 shows in Texas.
2 shows in Texas. 1 show in Atlanta. 1 in, I think, Virginia.
Virginia had a festival.
I
Very
think,
big
yeah.
Afrikaans festival in Virginia.
What's the other one?
I think that was it. 4 shows.
Yeah.
Yeah. We did talk about doing a show in Nashville. Because from Atlanta it's quite easy, to just go up and do Nashville. But it wasn't confirmed.
Huh. Well, that would be interesting if you guys are able to pull that off. If the lockdown ends, do you still have plans to try to do that again here in the U.S., to do that concert tour?
Oh, definitely, yeah. We actually have a tentative date. I just can't remember the date now, but they gave us, when we did the stream, the concert stream, after that they contacted us and said, okay, COVID-19 providing, they gave us a new date for later this year, but I don't think we'll be allowed to travel.
Watch the microphone.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, she's...
But I have to say, there... Is it Spanish?
Yeah.
There was some good coming from the from COVID-19 and the lockdown, because I was supposed to we were going to do a CD launch in Swakopmund at Atlantic Villa, and then that didn't happen because of COVID-19, and so then Johan said, we're going to do this lockdown concert. And I was like, what's lockdown concert? We're in lockdown now. We're not going to do a show. And he said, yes, we are going to do a show. And then we did the whole concert thing. And what was supposed to be one CD launch, one night, it became like a world tour.
Because since then
CD
it was
launch.
streamed. We did the UK stream. We did
Yes, South Africa, Namibia, and also
and the USA, thanks
of
to
course.
you.
Yeah.
We still have 2 streams coming up. We're hoping to do the Australia and the Europe stream soon. Yeah.
Well, we're coming up an hour and 18 minutes. It's a bit longer than I wanted to hold you guys up, and El Gisele has been quite a good contributor here to the program. So we'll go for a couple more minutes. I want to make a couple quick points and then ask you guys some final thoughts, and also make sure that people know how to find Giselle's website. But a couple things, ladies and gentlemen, for those tuning in, one of the things about the music industry is that you never. Whoops, there goes the microphone. One of the things you never know about music in the music industry is that you can have incredibly talented performers, and I think all of us who listen to Giselle's music can agree that her music. Are you still there, Johan? I don't hear anything.
I'm here.
Okay,
Can you hear
good.
me?
Yeah, I do hear you. I just want to make sure. So what people don't realize is that there are incredibly talented performers that never make it. They never pop. It never catches on. They never have a single hit. People with true talent. And it just takes one break, one moment, in time. I mean, I can give two Afrikaans singers examples that people know of, or household names today that nobody heard of just a couple years ago. And the first, of course, is Referensa. Referensa was singing on the side of the road.
That.
He was singing on the side of the road when someone heard him sing. He's like, wow, that's amazing. And looked over and was like, well, geez, that guy's singing Afrikaans. That's amazing. He's quite talented. And he got a contract and he took off. And another, of course, is Elandre from the Eastern Cape. Elandre, I guess, recorded on either YouTube or on Facebook and played his own music. And people heard it and said, this guy's amazing. And it just got to someone's ears and took off. Hopefully we can get that to happen with Giselle, because her music is just unbelievably stunning. And I hope that that does happen for her. Now, there was a question here about from someone asking, when are you guys coming to KZN?
Well, when they book us, when they book Giselle. We're waiting for the phone call or the email.
And there was another question here from folks asking, how can there be an Afrikaans festival in Virginia? Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's because there are tens of thousands of Afrikaans-speaking South Africans who live in the United States. It's not the largest destination for Afrikaans-speaking South Africans, but it is a top destination. Of course, the UK would be number one, and then after that, Australia and New Zealand. But the US is the destination for people who either are working abroad or have moved abroad, one of the two things. So you have kind of a tie into that South African expat community here in the US, don't you, Johan? So you have a feel for where these people are.
Yeah, I hope I heard your question right. But Chris, in the USA, Atlanta was our starting point because I just had to make contact with. I had to start somewhere, And the first person that I made contact with was a lady by the name of Katrine. She lives in Atlanta and she owns a festival called the South African Festival. It's been going for a couple of years. They've had Kurt Darren there, they've had the Campbells there, and various other artists as well. And from there she linked us to other festivals, and I met via Facebook a very nice guy, Yaku, in Virginia. He owns a very nice festival there, Afrikaans festival, and they have, I think it's their second year going now. I'm not exactly sure, but it's a rather new festival, and they have over 1,000 people attending the festival, over 1,000 Afrikaans-speaking people attending the festival in Virginia already.
Wow.
So if that answers the question. We have indirect contact to roughly a database of, I would say, about 10,000 South Africans living in the USA. I know there are many, many more, but on the various platforms and pages and groups that we connected with recently, it's roughly 10,000 people, which I think is good to know.
So speaking of platforms and connections and things, Johan, and you're the right person to talk about this since you're the manager. So Giselle has a website, you have a Facebook page, you do not have a YouTube channel for her at the moment. You do sell her music on Amazon Music, also on the Apple iTunes Store. And what about Google Music? Is that a platform where it's on?
Yeah, it's everywhere. It's on all the digital platforms, literally all of them. Over 100 digital platforms globally. Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay. It sounds like people
We
haven't.
did not exclude anyone on purpose.
Yeah, no.
It should be everywhere.
No, but it sounds like some people weren't able to find it or just didn't know how to find it. So maybe they just need to do a different search or something like that.
Yeah, it's on Deezer, Jukes, you name it. It's supposed to be there. Yeah.
So one more point. I don't know if I'm letting the cat out of the bag here or not, but are you having an Afrikaans network that's going to be coming up at some point in the future?
Yes, we're starting a new channel. It's called Kyk Tyd, translated Time to Watch. It's a free Afrikaans TV channel, which will be a streaming channel mainly. We'll be streaming live on various platforms, including YouTube and Facebook, and obviously the company website and other platforms that we have deals with. And it will be a proper TV channel. We've been in production for over a year now, preparing content. We'll be broadcasting a very nice morning show, a live morning show, which will include news and weather and all of that. We have very nice kids programming from the age of, I would say, 3 and up to adults. Series, talk shows, yeah. So we'll be launching that in September, roughly 13 weeks before the end of the year.
And for those curious, I might appear on that network at some point. I've been mentioned to me, I think. So for those who might be curious about that, maybe I'll be taking my Afrikaans lessons on that network.
That's confirmed now, Chris.
So, we got some folks just tuning in. Well, thanks for coming in, but we're almost at the end here. We could probably go all day, but we don't keep people all day. Plus, Giselle, Johan have other things to do. Johan is busy actively working other promotions and concerts and streams that he's been working on during the lockdown, so he's kept quite busy. Giselle's got her hands full there, of course, with the budding next singer in the family coming along. But before we close out, Johan, is there anything? Well, I should say this. We don't want to forget this. The Giselle coffee will now be promoted on the Giselle website, so people who want their coffee fixed can go check that out soon. We'll get that up. But is there anything you'd like to tell us about Giselle, about her music, and hopefully I can get her back on for just a moment before we close out. But can you tell me anything? Oh, Yanni has kindly just put on Giselle's Facebook page. Thank you so much, Yanni, for that. Appreciate it. If you could also go get her, Johan, her site is it giselle.co.za, or what's the website?
Yes, www.giselle.co.za. Obviously, it's spelled Jezelle.
Jason is definitely fan number 2 behind El Gisele. He is definitely a fanboy, so he's asking for her to sing a live song, and he's got all caps, live song from Giselle, please. But is there anything you could tell us, or you'd like to tell us before we move on from here? Oh, she's back.
Well, Chris,
yeah.
What I have to say is we are having so much fun, actually, and El Gisele is falling asleep now, so we can go for another hour and a half.
I don't know if we'll go another hour, but we can continue on, absolutely. I'm having a good time. And actually, the stream has been unusual because people have come, some have had to depart, and then I think people are losing interest, and suddenly it streams back up. We have more people coming in, so that's fine. But yeah, it looks like she's run out of gas there. The petrol tank is low for El Gisele.
Yeah.
Whoops. Oh, hey, I asked, actually, Johan, I did ask you a question. When you and I were chatting privately, I suggested something, I think it was a week or so ago, and I don't know if you guys have thought about this, but one of my favorite artists is Nena. Nena is, of course, from the band Nena, based in Germany, the famous 99 Luftballons. They were very famous back in the 1980s. She went on a solo career after the band kind of broke up, although they still perform together occasionally. And at some point after she became a mother, she recorded a children's album, which is music for children. Beautiful, songs, and I was wondering if that's something that might interest Giselle. Would she consider that now that she's a songwriter? I mean, you ought to be inspired. You have a beautiful child there. Maybe that's. I don't want to put you on the spot, but is that something you've thought about or no?
I have actually. I have.
I'll do that.
Thank you. I don't know if you've heard Steve Hofmeyer's children album, wat noem is dit? That's amazing. So if I do something like that, it will be
Like that.
like Steve's. Yeah, I think it's brilliant. Yeah, and I might just record something like that. Yes.
Well, that would be really cool.
Then she'll go from truffles and coffee to jelly tots and lollipops. Call the album Jelly Tots and Lollipops.
That's actually a good title for an album there. So actually, some more people have just popped in the stream very late. Ursula, who's a very devoted follower of the channel. Thank you for coming in, Ursula. Ursula Kuhn is coming in. Ants is here. People will say they're loving the stream and apologize for coming late. No need to apologize, folks. We're happy to have you in here. For those who are just tuning in, I haven't done this for a while. You're listening to Indaba Africa. This is Chris on the Chris White Africa channel. And I'm coming to you live from Central Pennsylvania. My guest today, my special guest on the regular Saturday live stream is Giselle, an amazing singer in Afrikaans and also in English for country music. She sings Heimatlieder, or folk music, and country music as well as Afrikaans pop. She's from Namibia, and she's there with her manager and her husband, Johan Yssel, and the next generation of Afrikaans musician who's just nodding off to sleep there, El Gisele. Those of you who are tuning in late, you did miss quite something interesting because she's an adorable little one there, but she's run out of energy. The petrol tank is running low. So for those just tuning in, thanks for joining us. We've been discussing Giselle's motivations, her experiences in singing, her career, her music, some of the music videos. Maybe since more folks are tuning in, maybe we should talk a little bit more about the music videos. So you did talk about the video for Lek Je Foto Up. where did not the video, but where did the idea for that song come from? Because it's a very upbeat and happy song. I mean, even if you don't sing Afrikaans. But by the way, before I finish that, I'm very fortunate that I had my camera off when we started the show and we had the break early on, and I played Faraans Mensa, because the problem is that I have to have the camera off because this is what I'm doing in the background. I'm lip syncing and I'm dancing, like this, and so I don't want to be embarrassed because. Anyway, but if you can only see me when that song's played. But so what about Lek Je Foto Up? What was the motivation for that? That's a very happy song. And was it meant to be that way?
Yes, I thought I needed something up tempo, and at that time, because that was before I wrote songs like Burajol, which is also like a up tempo one. So I thought that I need something up tempo, and we all go through tough times, but we still have so much to be thankful for, and that's actually what the song is about. So yeah, that was the inspiration behind it.
Johan, the whatever you're adjusting there, it kicked up the feedback. So if you could turn it back down a little bit, I think the better answer is just to move the microphone around now that she's got Gisele there. Sorry about that, but yeah, it really it came in strong. Like that? Yeah, that's okay. Much better like that. Thank you so much. Yeah,
and I think I found the problem.
Well, now that we're 90 minutes, now that we're 90 minutes into the stream, isn't that the way it always goes? We found the problem. So let's see what some other comments here in the questions real quick. Lone Wolf says, can you ask them if Angelina Jolie still comes to Namibia with her following and children?
Yeah, she does actually.
As far as we know.
Yeah, as far as I know, yeah. They love Africa. Yeah.
Especially Namibia, and as far as I know, she owns land there. So yeah, I don't think that's something that will stop.
Yeah.
So here's a question. It's for Gisele. As a performer, as a musician, what's the most difficult thing for you when you do a live show? I mean, I'm sure, of course, people who appear on television and people who appear on the radio, live performance, sometimes the issue is, a little bit of stage fright or nervousness or something like that. But that's not the case for everybody. For some folks, it's different. What's the biggest challenge for you when you do a live performance?
Well, nervousness, I don't think it's nervousness. I think it's more of an adrenaline rush, and you always have that.
And that's a good thing.
That's a good thing. So that's fine.
I would say it's more technical. You never know what to expect technically.
Yeah.
We send a technical writer and we say we need this type of microphone, this type of sound, this and that.
We also use a screen and.
Yeah, this is what we need for a professional setup. Yes. And then it does happen that we arrive and the equipment is not on standard. And that's, I would say, the only problem. That's it.
But the show must go on. So you just get through it, and you are there, we are there to entertain people, and that's what we need to do. So, yeah.
So speaking of the show must go on, one of the things I noticed is that when the lockdown started, of course, these days with the business model, a lot of the income that artists can generate often is from live shows. And of course, CD sales at live shows and merchandise and things like that, but also just the ticket sales. So with the inability to hold concerts or do performances because of the lockdown, I noticed a lot of musicians started doing online shows, but usually it's a person sitting there with a guitar or in front of a microphone in their den. And frankly, it's kind of boring, even if it's an artist you like. But when you guys did the live stream, and this is going to go back to a question that Johan Yssel asked a little while ago, he was curious about the production on this, Johan, because he really, I think he was impressed as I was by the production on it. It wasn't just Gisele standing there, and he was asking if you used a green screen. And I'll let the cat out of the bag. I know you did use a green screen, but if you could tell us a little bit about the album debut, Faraans Mensa, and the production value of it, how you guys pulled that off.
Okay, I just want to say I got to give him credit because he did all the hard work, and the whole music industry was talking about the show, and that's not about me. It's because of all the late nights and effort that he put into it. So now you can continue.
Yeah, it's true. You know what, Chris? Long story short, we have a very nice video studio at home, green screen, and. So we did it green screen. So we at Giselle's real live shows, we use an LED screen as backdrop, and at all the shows. And we have a very nice video intro, the one that we used in this show as well, the UE helicopter and all of that. So we said, if we do this lockdown show, it must look very close to a real show. So we took one of the stages that we had on film, and we put it on the green screen. So we put Giselle on that same stage. It took us a very long time to choreograph the lights to fit the music exactly. That was something that we couldn't just do sound to music, it had to be professionally done. So it took me a very long time to choreograph the lights for the whole show from scratch. The stage was obviously green screen, and the music, that was the easy part. So, but we did that, and my phone started ringing, and other artists and record companies and production companies phoned, and they said, listen here, everybody wants to do lockdown concerts now. They all sit on a tin somewhere in their kitchen with a guitar, and it doesn't look good, it doesn't sound good. Can you do it for us? And I said, yes, of course, but it's a lockdown, you can't come to me. If you can shoot it and send me the footage, we can make it look nice. But we recently went into lockdown level 3 in South Africa, and that made it a little bit easier. So we recently, this week, recorded, we are now recording lockdown shows for many artists, just about 11 of them lined up already.
Wow.
That we'll be producing within the next 20 days or so. So it's back-to-back work in the studio. We did Irene
And then I'm the
Louise.
tea girl.
Yeah, and then Giselle's the tea girl. We recorded Irene Louise van Wyck's show the day before yesterday. It was broadcasted yesterday. And we are doing a group called Adam. I don't know if you know the group Adam.
Yeah, if you mentioned them to me.
Yeah. They broke up recently, but we are still doing a lockdown show for them. So that's Adam and other artists. Yeah, just about 11 of them lined up already.
Cool beans.
All known artists.
Now, Yanni just responded, because that was his question. I did remember correctly, and he said, "Thanks for asking, because the way he did it was pretty awesome." And I agree. It was,
Thank you.
Yeah, you're most welcome. All the recognition definitely needs to go to both you guys, both with the performance and the production value of it. When you guys asked me if I was willing to stream the concert, I was just giddy that, yeah, cool, that'd be fun. And I expected great music, because Giselle's an amazing singer. But honestly, Johan, I didn't know you had talent, so I just kind of, figured it'd be something, a flag waving in the background or trees blowing in the breeze. But it was incredibly impressive. So yeah, well done. And Yanni agrees with me. So that's awesome. So there's a few folks who've come in here recently, and they're asking questions unrelated to this. But Joe Emilio, who's an American comedian based in South Africa, he's also got South African heritage. But Joe has asked a question about smoking, but they're not in Namibia. I think he thought you were in Namibia. You're actually in Pretoria. And he's asking about smoking ban. I guess Joe wants to go somewhere he can smoke, because he's in Cape Town. So it's a long drive to cross the Orange River, Joe, to get to the Northern Cape and get into Namibia. But you can smoke in Namibia if you're desperate to smoke, even though you can't smoke in South Africa. So anyway.
Yeah, I didn't even know that. It's interesting, Chris. Neither me nor Giselle have ever smoked, ever. Yeah, never. Not even for a joke.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's good for your health. Not to comment on or criticize those who smoke, but it's much better for your health when you don't. So Get You Online, Lynn says, "You are so clever. The video was awesome." Yeah, absolutely. I'm getting a lot of good love here.
Thank you very much.
So much.
I wish we could play one of the songs from that concert. I must see if I can find one.
Well, we are going to close out the show when we do get to close it out with Plekken in die Zon. That'll be the song I'll play on the way out. So can you tell me about that video and that song a little bit, Giselle, since I just mentioned that?
Yeah, Plekken in die Zon.
It's what I did, bro.
Yeah, I was, we were driving between Swakopmund and Walvis Bay, and all these huge dunes are on your left-hand side, and I looked at it and I saw this dune, and I thought, but it consists out of thousands and thousands of small, wat is sandkorreltjies now?
Sand grains.
Yes.
Yes.
See, I do speak Afrikaans.
Jy sien. Ek gaan meer met jou begin Afrikaans praat. Maar in elk geval, jy's in vir 'n ding, Chris.
Ek praat nie Afrikaans nie.
And so, and I thought, but every little grain it's sand grains, eh?
Yes.
Is so important, and is needed to, wat hoe sê mens dit nou?
All the brains together makes one big deal.
Yes, that's it. And my English is like mobile airtime. It runs out, and I'm running out.
But the good news is, it's not nearly as expensive as mobile airtime.
And so, but that was the inspiration for that song. And well, may I say it? I think it's a beautiful song, even though I wrote it.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, very proud.
Certainly may. You should be proud of it. Excellent stuff.
Thank you.
I want to add to that song.
Yes.
It's a beautiful song, but you know the thing with artists is we say it's like hanging a sign around someone's neck with something written on there, and the artist normally doesn't have control over that. The public puts it there, and then they expect you to do that. You know what I'm trying to say? In Giselle's case, by accident, the Said West song was the one that went viral, and we were very glad that it was that one because it defines Gisele beautifully. But the follow-up song had to be something that the people that loved Said West in Namibia would appreciate. But it's difficult because if we make it too close to Said West, if the new song would be too close, too similar to the Said West song, it would put a sign around Giselle's neck saying that's the only music that she is entitled to do, because that's what people want. And Gisele is extremely versatile. She can do from country to rap. Yes?
Rap. Oh, okay. Wow. I can't wait for that.
Yes, but I mean...
It was part of her training.
I can do blues and rock and roll. I'm a huge rock and roll fan. And when I say rock and roll, I go back to Great Balls of Fire by Jerry Lewis and Elvis Presley, and yeah. So, but yeah, I know.
Yeah. So with this song, when we released this song, we had to find a way to make it appeal to a larger audience than only the Said West audience, but still satisfy the people that love Said West, because they were expecting something Namibian niche. You know what I'm trying to say?
Blackens did exactly that. It was exactly that.
Well, you definitely want to avoid becoming a one-trick pony. It's just having one skill set. There's plenty of artists out there who've been one-hit wonders, or they get one big hit and then they're just a local cover band or something like that, which is unfortunate. You certainly, this is my view, Gisele, you certainly seem to have the ability to write beautiful songs and obviously sing them quite well. So if you have a wide repertoire, that's awesome. No, but I would love to see you do rap. I mean, I first started listening to rap by folks who were light skin pigmentation, back in Germany in the 80s when groups like the Radgal Monotones were around. And of course, there was Falco, the Austrian singer who did some amazing rap stuff. But no, there was a song by a group called Radgal Monotones. It's called Die Hesse kommen. The Hessens are coming. And the way they sang it, it's amazing. You can find it on Google if you want to do a search from the Thomas Gottschalk program when he had them on there. It's amazing. But I'd love to see you do rap. That would be, I think, fascinating to see at some point.
Look, I don't listen to rap music, but I really respect the artists, because rap is a very, very difficult for me genre. It's not easy to do that. So respect.
Yeah, no, it's not a simple thing. People don't realize that. I mean, it takes a lot of talent to come up with that. Now, the gangster rap, I guess people think it's easier, but even that's difficult. And not a big fan of gangster rap. I'm much more Sugar Hill Gang and then Will Smith and his clean lyrics, that sort of thing. But I do listen to stuff that's a little bit nastier, but I just don't play it loudly where other people can hear it.
Chris, I know you are interviewing Giselle, but I want to know, we want to know, what is your, the music that you listen to in your car? Talk to us about that. Sorry for asking your question on your channel, but we want to know.
No, it's quite all right. Ronaldo Host was my guest, and he stole my channel and took over as the host, so you can do the same.
Okay.
I'm just kidding.
But you are such an interesting person, Chris.
Well, it's very kind of you. Listen, I listen to all sorts of music. I mean, I love Handel's Water Music Suite. Just music, beautiful classical music, Beethoven, Schubert. I listen to all that stuff. But on a daily basis, I tend to listen to pop, but I listen to everything. So I listen to music in French. I listen to it in German. Lots of German bands I'm very into. And of course, Afrikaans, that's been something I've listened to for a long time, but it's become much easier with YouTube because people post the videos online. But before, unless you were in South Africa, Southern Africa, it was hard to come by that. And even with digitalization, once things were available on platforms, MP3s, it was still difficult to follow Afrikaans music because hearing music's one thing, but seeing a video and getting inspired by the video, that really drags you into it. So once those things started showing up in YouTube, for me, Afrikaans became much easier. But let me talk specifically about Afrikaans, and then I'll talk about the other music. But when it comes to Afrikaans, I listen to a whole bunch of stuff. Rika Snell, of course, Bok van Black, Franja du Plessis, Ruan Josh, Juanita du Plessis. I didn't really care for her earlier stuff, but she's singing more pop stuff now, and I like that. She's very talented, though, and both of her kids are very talented. And then, of course, I love Snotkop. People give me grief for loving Snotkop, but the guy is incredibly talented. I mean, my goodness, he really is talented, and his songs are so cheeky. You know, they really are. I really like that. So,
especially the one he did with Rikas recently, Boere Pompe.
Oh, I love that song.
Yeah.
Did you see the one he did with Elvis Blue?
No, did he do one with Elvis Blue? I missed that one. Or maybe
they did something very interesting. They swapped roles. Elvis
The video is very confusing.
A very confusing video, but very well done. Elvis Blue does the parts that Snotkop would normally do. You know, he is Snotkop in the video, and Snotkop is Elvis Blue. They swap places, and it's so confusing, you know, but very well done.
That would be
and I think
entertaining.
Giselle must do the same with Snotkop. She must do the...
Oh, goodness. I don't know about that.
Oh, that's funny. What's
you
the
mentioned German music, Chris, and both of us, we love the European sound in general of music, and which German music greatly consists of. I mean, French music, French accordion, German music, you know, the general sound. And I think because we listen to it so much, it greatly influences Giselle's writing. She intentionally writes Afrikaans music for the Afrikaans market because it is a business, but she always weaves, I would say, elements from European music, very specifically German music, into her music, and I think the trained ear will hear that.
No, there's some really good stuff out there. I mean, and European music is interesting because being in Europe when I was a young man stationed in West Germany, it was fascinating because so many songs that later became hits in the U.S., I knew about them 6 months, 9 months, a year before they became top 40 hits in America. So things like Tears for Fears. I was into Tears for Fears, loved their album, and people in the States I'm writing to are like, who's that? Never heard of them. And then 9 months later, suddenly, you know, Shout comes out and things like that. You know, and then Dead or Alive with that You Spin Me Round Like a Record, that song. And, you know, so many great groups come out of Europe. It's amazing. And even the ones who are one-hit wonders like Aha and Take On Me, pretty amazing stuff. But there's you know, back in the 80s, there's some really wild stuff that happened with the new wave and the pop scene in Europe. So you had Woodpeckers from Space, and you had Kaja Gugu, Too Shy to Shy, just, you know, all that stuff. But even today, I love a lot of the music comes out of Europe. It's just really fascinating stuff. But for South African stuff, I mean, I listen to Dirk van der Westhuizen. He's got some really cool songs. And then Robbie Wessels, of course, his Macarena Mambo. I laugh every time I hear that. You know, he pulls up to the parking lot trying to avoid a carjacking. You know, that only South Africans can put lyrics like that in their music. It's just, of course, they're just talking about life in South Africa, but it's still funny. I mentioned Ruan Joss and Franja du Plessis. Bok van Blerk, Jay and Liani May. I love Jay and Liani May. They are amazing. They are amazing together. And let's see who else comes. Brendan Piper. I ran into some South Africans at a hockey game here in the U.S. a couple years ago at the Hershey Bears game, and they were speaking, and someone asked me, said, "So what are they speaking?" I said, "No, that's Afrikaans." And so I interrupted them and said hello, and they were amazed that I could speak a few words of Afrikaans. And
hello is an Afrikaans word, eh?
Yeah, exactly. So we were talking. About music, and I mentioned Brendan Piper, and these were young kids, and they kind of like. Brendan Piper, like he's some, pop. But Brendan Piper, other than his love affair with his abs and his lats, I think he's pretty impressive. Yeah, he loves that stuff. But his music is whether he's writing it himself or not. But all of his songs are upbeat. They're really cool. They're neat. I really like it. So it's nice to see him do that. And let's see, Joe Black, of course, love Joe Black. Oh, and here's one that I don't know if a lot of people know about, Taryn Lamb.
Oh,
yes. She's fantastic.
Vier Woorden,
Yeah.
Oh my God, that song, I love that song. That's another one where you'll catch me, I have to be careful so I don't embarrass myself because I'll be lip syncing.
But Chris, you made me think now. Some South African artists / songs did very well over the past couple of decades globally. I'm thinking of one specific artist that we worked with recently. We were in the same lineup. Was Cindy Alter from Clouds.
Yes.
Okay.
With her song.
Pretty well. I'll be your substitute.
I mean, that
You
was
know
a
that
global
song?
hit.
Oh, we almost got a live performance. It was so close.
And Giselle doesn't read books. And Cindy Alter gave Giselle, she promised, we were on the same show, and she said to Giselle, I want to give you my book. And she never did. And a year later, we were on the same show again. And she said, I have to give you my book. And she signed the book and she gave it to Giselle. And knowing that I'll be the one reading the book. Because I love reading stories about real life people. And Giselle took the book and she just couldn't put it down because it was such an amazing story about a South African artist selling millions of albums all over the world and not getting a cent.
Nee?
Of not getting much. Yeah, thanks to phony agents.
Yeah, no, that's really sad. But there's two more I should mention since you asked me about music and I was talking about Afrikaans, and that's I really like Caroline van Jazveld and Bobby van Jazveld. So two of my favorite songs from her are My Gescheurde Jeans. I love that video and that song. It's amazing. And I didn't know what that word was in Afrikaans when I first saw it. And I had to look it up like, oh, that's a clever title for a song. And then the other one I really like is My Hartkie. Oh my God, My Hartkie. That song just gets me so stoked.
Yes.
Such
Chris,
an
you
amazing
really
song.
impressed me.
That's very kind of you. And I shouldn't miss this. Joe Emilio mentioned this. Kurt Darren, he asked for my opinion. I'll get you guys in a moment, but I think Kurt Darren is amazing. I know he gets some grief because he's a kind of a pop guy, but he has staying power and he has adjusted his performance style and his music to the times. And I mean, look at him now. I mean, the song he sang with Swakopmund and what's her name? I can't think of her name right now. She just goes by one name, but they sang that song about what's that song? Anyway,
Leah, wasn't it Leah?
Yeah, with Leah. What's the song with Leah and Snotcop he sings? Kurt Darren. I'm drawing a blank on that right now. That's an amazing song. But Kalfit Soki, that's one I can't find the lyrics for. It drives me nuts because I still can't understand all the words. But Kalfit Soki, and then of course Lati Dansvloer Parant. Oh my God, I love that song. That song rocks. It's really amazing. I'm trying to think what that other song is. I'm trying to find it right now. I think I've got by the way, for those who don't know, I have a playlist on my my channel. Look under playlist, and it's my Afrikaans music, the COVID-19 relief watch list. I posted on April 10th. I got about 50 videos on there. You'll find Rihanna Nel, Snopkop, Moi, Elvis Sassoon, and there's Jezelle, Plek in de Zon. Look at that. And then
I was wondering.
right below Jezelle is Jan Jan Jan. Ek bly en Bo.
Oh yeah.
Talk to us about Yan Yan Yan. I want to hear your opinion on those guys.
Okay, I didn't understand if they're really a band or they're just an advertising act for their clothing line. They're hilarious. I nearly wet myself laughing at the stuff that they sing. But they are so funny, and I assume that's intentional. But it's really really something. Oh, Liesl Peters. I love Liesl Peters too, and Joe Foster.
Yes.
Joe Foster. Yeah.
Because I met Liesl Peters when I started out as an artist, and I worked with Liesl Peters back then, and she was, I must have been 13, 14 years old. That's how long I've known Liesel Peters.
Wow.
And lost contact. And then one day at a show, we bumped into her again after she signed the contract. And it's just amazing, the journey and where she's now. I'm so proud of her.
All right, Johan, I'm going to put you on the spot. Now I'm going to ask you to contact Liesel and tell her I want her to come on my program. It doesn't have to be for 2 hours, but I'd love to come on and interview her on here. So please do that. All right,
thumbs up.
Christoph says Joe Black is legend. Yeah, but that's Joe Black with a beard. This no beard nonsense, that's not going to fly for fans. I'm not going to cut my beard off until Joe Black grows his back, which means I'm stuck with this, Pete Retief beard for a long time. So, and then what's that?
I love the term Pete Retief beard.
Yeah, well, someone called me that. I thought it was funny, but I don't want to meet Pete Retief's fate. That was not the way I want to end things. But Agro said, and what of Yaki Lo? I don't know that Yaki Lo. I don't know who that is.
He lives around the corner from us.
Oh wow. Okay.
Okay, so you know Yaki Lo. Okay.
No, I don't. But Agro is asking. I'm not familiar with Yaki Lo. I might know the music, but I don't know the name.
Oh.
But Agro made a statement earlier that said Namibians are not Boers, and I beg to differ. Okay. A real Boer, the real Boers, the real Trek Boers, they never stopped. In fact, they left the Western Cape, they went up into the Free State, into the Transvaal. The Doorsland trekkers had the insane idea to go across the Kalahari, went across the Kalahari, many of them died, they got to Namibia, some continued on to Angola, and the only reason there aren't Afrikaners in Angola today is because of the First World War. After the First World War, the Portuguese agreed to relocate all the Afrikaners and the Boers from Angola into Southwest Africa and Namibia or into South Africa. And so they all moved back. There were several thousand of them. And not just that, the four trekkers went as far as Kenya. In the early part of the 20th century, a group of Afrikaners moved to Kenya, and they still live there, many of whom still speak Afrikaans. So I think you can be a Boer, and you can be an Afrikaner, and not be South African.
And also, in Afrikaans, we talk about the Boere Republieke, the Boer republics, and the big ones were Transvaal and the Free State. But there were many more smaller republics, Boer republics, and one of them was actually, and you can Google it, was in Grootfontein, Namibia. It was a proper Boer republic.
Well, there was also, of course, the short-lived Natalia Republic, and then there was another one up near Kimberley that was a short republic. Mm-hmm. But I'm getting a comment from Agro saying, you don't know Yaki Lo? No, I don't. So, all right, I guess I'm writing down Yaki Lo so I can look him up. Okay, so Juan Bugard, I don't know that. Joe says he met Kurt and worked with him in Namibia. Cool guy. Yeah, Kurt Darren strikes me as a really nice guy. I mean, I don't know him personally, but I mean, do you guys, have you met him? Do you know him?
Many times. I've known Kurt since roughly 2000, 2003. I booked Kurt Darren for the first time.
Macy.
No, that was actually Staan Op. That's I know. So that was the first time I booked Kurt for a big concert in Johannesburg. We didn't plan it to be as big as it turned out to be, and after that I realized, okay, this guy's going places. I did work with him before that at festivals where we were both booked as artists, and since then we've worked together. But I want to give Kurt Darren a compliment now.
Yeah.
Kurt Darren is, I would say, the president of socky and dance, Afrikaans dance music, because that's what he does, and with good reason. But I think, or personally, I want to hear more ballads from Kurt Darren, because he is a phenomenal vocalist, but we don't get to hear that in the dance music. No,
that's a fair point. But yeah, no, I think what I really like about Kurt, as I said, is he has staying power. He's been there a long time, and he's been popular for a long time, and with good reason. And maybe he can change it a little bit. That would probably be nice to see him venture out and do some other things. It'd be kind of cool.
Complete the collection. Huh?
Sorry?
Will complete my collection.
So your CD shelf is a little bare for some things there. Well, she's nodding off there big time now. Look at her. So, guys, we're approaching 2 hours. We still have a fair number of viewers. I was inclined to cut it off, but if you'd like to go a little bit longer, I can do that. Are you guys up for it? You want to stay a little bit longer? Giselle, you okay?
I'm okay.
Yeah, we're having fun.
Okay, well, yeah, I'm having fun too, and I guess people are enjoying it as well. So let's see.
It's actually getting lekker now, Chris.
It's getting lekker.
We're now getting into it. We can start the show now. Can you play that intro song again?
Actually, I will. I'll play that song again just for a second, give people a chance to go up and go to the restroom.
But we
and
can run
also,
through the topics again for the people that missed out on it.
why don't I do that since we're coming up the top of the hour? That's what I'm going to do, folks. If you need to leave the stream, please feel free to do it. But if you're just tuning in, we're not going to go away. We're going to take a short break here while I play Faraans Mensa, and then I'll talk about what the show is, and we'll run through a few of the things we've asked already and ask some new questions. If you've got questions, go ahead and put them in the chat, and I'll keep a list of them here while we take a short break here. I'm going to go ahead and switch those guys, their microphone on mute, and that should cut out most of that stream noise. And then I'm going to...
Chris is on mute now.
No, I'm on mute. I'm on mute for you guys. Okay, so... yeah, I'm on mute for you guys. Sorry about that. I'll mute you by doing this. Here we go. So
You want me to mute it on this side, Chris?
No, but I got to take your camera off anyway. So just leave yours be. That way you'll be live when I come back. Okay. So.
Okay.
All right, they're off now, and I'm going to take myself off. Don't go away, folks. We are going to be coming right back. A short break so people can get something to drink, go to the restroom, get your little thing to nosh on, and here you go. This is from Gisele, Faraans Mensa.
Met raad en saam, met lyding en hoop, verdriet en saam staan jy staan. Jy is altyd daar. Dit wat ons doen, ons liefdes, ons vreugdes, ons plekke, ons thuisdes, tot daar waar ons reis, jy is daar. Afrikaans is ons wese. Dis die taal waarin ons groeit, die taal is in ons bloed, is Afrikaans, vir ons mense. En ek stuur vir jou 'n sein, met 'n boodskap daarby, en waar jy is, sal jy dit kry, in Afrikaans vir ons mense. Al word helde laat val, ons is steeds stuur ons adem, ons kultuur, ons verhaal, dit sal altyd bestaan. Afrikaans is ons wese. Dis die taal waarin ons groeit, die taal is in ons bloed, is Afrikaans, vir ons mense. En ek stuur vir jou 'n sein, met 'n boodskap daarby, en waar jy is, sal jy dit kry, in Afrikaans vir ons mense. Ons is daarmee gebore, die taal waarvoor ons staan, dit vloei deur ons are, ons kinders praat dit saam, dit sal altyd bestaan. Afrikaans is ons wese. Dis die taal waarin ons groei, die taal is in ons bloed, is Afrikaans, vir ons mense. En ek stuur vir jou 'n sein, met 'n boodskap daarby, en waar jy is. Dis die taal waarin ons groei, in ons bloed, is Afrikaans, vir ons mense. En ek stuur vir jou 'n sein, met 'n boodskap daarby, en waar jy is, sal jy dit kry, in Afrikaans vir ons mense.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Here's Chris once again, coming to you live from central Pennsylvania. That was Faraans Mensa from Jezelle. All right, going to get them back in here in just a moment. All right, so we're going to add Johan back in just a moment there. It looks like he's busy doing something, so let me get myself back. There's my camera. Thanks for tuning in, ladies and gentlemen. You're listening to Indaba Africa. This is Chris Wyatt coming to you live from central Pennsylvania. We are 2 hours and 4 minutes into an amazing live stream. At least I think it's amazing. I've had a lot of great compliments about our guest, Gisele, and her manager and husband, Johan Yssel, talking about her musical career, her music, life in Namibia, and just a little bit about their likes and dislikes and her career. So with that, I'm going to bring them back in. Here we go. Let's get them back there. Johan, are you back?
I guess we're back. Can you hear me?
Are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me, Chris?
I'm not hearing Johan. Why am I not hearing Johan? Do I have him on mute?
Can you hear me now, Chris?
No,
hello,
I can't
hello,
hear
hello.
you, Johan.
Oh boy.
That's odd.
Hello, hello, hello.
Huh. Did we lose the microphone? I guess we
The
played
mic's
around
on.
with success too much there.
No.
You can hear me,
It's mic's
but
on.
I'm not hearing you. So
I can
I'm not
hear
sure
you.
why that is.
We see.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'm definitely not on mute. Everything is perfect on this side. Mic is on.
Are you there, Johan?
Yeah.
Okay,
Can you hear me, Chris?
no. Okay, yeah. No, that's what happens when you stream too long. It was I had the wrong headphones in.
Oh, so the world was listening to us trying to figure out.
Yeah, no, exactly. You're on. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. You can hear both of us. That's my fault, Yanni. Rookie mistake there. Guess a little bit tired. For those who don't know, I was up at 2 o'clock in the morning yesterday, do a live stream with Dr. Colin Robinson, who's a security and defense specialist based in Nairobi, but currently living in New Zealand, where he's actually from. He's a Kiwi. And in order for people to be able to watch it at a reasonable hour, because it was 6 p.m. in New Zealand, it was 8 a.m. in South Africa. I got up at 2 a.m. in the morning. Actually, I never went to bed, so I did a live stream, so I'm still a little groggy from that. So anyway, Marius, yeah, go ahead, Johan. Go ahead.
No, I just want to say I love the term Indaba Africa.
Thank
Really,
you.
I love that. Yeah.
So there's a
And
story.
that made me-
There's a story behind it. If you'd like to hear the story.
Please.
Okay, so as a young officer with an interest in Africa, I went to Israel on a deployment, and we were there for about 3 or 4 months. Well, about 4 months. And I was the task force intelligence officer, and we were doing a gunnery with our Black Hawk helicopters firing Hellfire missiles because there are severe restrictions on firing such dangerous ammunition and munitions in Europe. I mean, you can't just fire them in cities. So there's really only one place to fire it in Europe, and that's in the Mediterranean, and that's difficult to schedule. So they worked out an arrangement with Israel, and we were able to go there with our Apache battalions, 9 of them that were based in Europe, so that's a lot of helicopters. They would each rotate through. And so someone had to develop the threat scenario, who the enemy is, because you have to do mission plan and you go out and shoot at targets and such. So I created the threat scenario, and I thought I was clever. I took the map of Israel and I divided it into, and its neighbors, into fictional countries, and I used African place names. And I thought I was very clever because one of the countries was called Bulawayo.
Oh, okay.
I quickly discovered that a certain major from the South in the U.S. who had a Southern accent had a very difficult time pronouncing African words that had more than 1 or 2 syllables. And he was always calling out Bulawayo, Bula, he couldn't get it right. And so I learned a long time ago that if you're going to be clever, don't be too clever. And so I knew that I wanted for my strategic consultancy a name that would be appropriate, that would be fitting, and an African name. And since it's a consultancy, a gathering, a discussion, seeking advice and counsel, I knew the term Indaba, which comes, of course, from Zulu and Xhosa, and I thought that would be just a good way to do it. So I came up with the Indaba Africa Group, and that's how I kind of named it. So anybody in the West can pronounce Indaba. That's not particularly difficult. Anybody in Southern Africa will instantly recognize what the word means and where it comes from. So it just seemed like a good idea, and that's how I came up with it.
Well done. It's like the word Zulu. I mean, it's a global. It's Z, Zulu.
Yeah,
Indaba Africa, yeah.
It's easy to
But
easy to follow. So
I want to make that makes me think now. We mentioned Giselle's coffee brand earlier.
Yes.
There's also a story behind that, because in South Africa all the coffees are imported coffees from all over the world.
we don't grow coffee in
the
South
African
Africa.
coffees and the South American coffees and all of that, but we received this phone call from this random phone call from a farmer. He said he planted his whole farm with coffee. His whole farm, coffee. I think 6 or 8 different kinds of coffee, and they're all going into, they're all ready and going into production now. And he heard that we are into the coffee thing. But the nice thing about that is one of those coffees, one of the kinds of beans, is a kind that's only found in South Africa.
They do grow coffee in South Africa?
Yeah, it's indigenous to South Africa.
Wow.
The berry is also not red like other coffees. Apparently, it's blue, and it's got a very, very awesome, what's the word, aroma, coffee aroma, and very low caffeine. And so that's one of the coffees to be proud of. And being in Indaba Africa, I thought, well, let's mention that. I mean, it's unique to Africa.
Yeah, no, that was exactly the intent. I wanted something that, the reason for the consultancy, just for those who are curious, it sounds like you might be, Johan, so I'll share this. While I was serving on active duty, particularly in my last few years when I was the Director of African Studies at the U.S. Army War College, I would frequently get requests to participate in debates or to be a keynote speaker or to be a panel member or something like that all over the world.
Yeah.
And so in my last few years, I spoke about a wide variety of topics because I have experience in many areas. And so for instance, I spoke in Liberia, just in the last 2 years, I spoke about Liberia in Chicago, where I talked about the reconstruction of the post-conflict armed forces. I also went back to Chicago for a Trade with Africa Summit, something that Toyin Usemri, she's a Nigerian American. She does this thing, a former Walmart executive. She has this organization called Trade with Africa, an annual summit that takes place. It was in Chicago last year. She'll actually be my guest this coming Friday, my special feature. She's agreed to do that. So we'll be talking about trading with Africa. So I did that. I've gone to Denver to talk about China and the energy sector in Africa. And then I went back to Denver to talk about, to Aspen, Colorado, to talk about energy in Africa in general, because it's a serious problem, trying to get people in the alternative energy industry to invest in Africa, among others. I've gone to London to talk about repatriating Daesh and ISIS fighters and their families and children after the conflict, because a lot of these people were very serious, dangerous people, but their kids, their children, and their spouses aren't necessarily, so you've got to take them back. They're not just going to leave them where they're at. They come from all around the world. So I spoke about that. I've gone to Africa to talk. I taught at the G5 Sahel Defense College. These are just some of the things I've done. And for each of these different events, some of them people offer money, an honorarium, but I couldn't accept that on active duty because I'm paid by the government. Some of them offer to pay for the travel. Some of them offer, just ask you to come. And so I always had to go through legal review for any speaking engagement while I was serving. So I would go through this. Some things I went to speak, and if they pay the travel, the government would allow it because the government wasn't going to pay it. Some I would go, the government would pay it because it was in the interest of the U.S. Army for me to do this. It would promote the Army. It would also help the Army, and I would also develop skills. So it was very complicated. And I figured, listen, I also did a few of these out of the goodness of my heart and out of my own pocket. So like the thing for Liberia, I flew to Chicago on my own dime, stayed in hotels, and participated in this thing just out of my own pocket because they asked me to do it, and I thought it was important. And so I went there. But if I'm retired to have my own consultancy, if people offer to pay me something, rather than that becoming income, I can use it to write off the cost of the travel and things like that. Now, if I get actual honorarium, they actually pay me for consultant services, that's different. But that's the reason I created the consultancy for all those different things. So speaking engagements, I've also was asked to help write the national security strategy for the Gambia a couple years ago, but I had to turn it down because you can't have a U.S. Army colonel writing the national security strategy for a foreign country. What if everything goes to crap? And unless I did an official capacity, then it would be okay. But if everything went to cock, then we'd have a real problem because, we were following this strategy that the Army colonel gave us from. No, you can't have that. So anyway, so that's kind of what the idea was behind the strategic consultancy. And it's also morphed into, I always intended to have some sort of media presence, multimedia presence, because I've been on the radio, I've been on television, and I'm a published author. So it was all kind of bring it all together, put it under one house so that I could, deal with all these things when they came in. And the YouTube channel was supposed to be part of that, but as I think some of my loyal followers have noticed, and I've talked about, once the lockdown started, I felt especially bad for people in South Africa because it's almost as like you're prisoners. And people can only take so much of E and Mnet and DSTV, and it's just enough. So I figured it was a good opportunity to share with folks, and that's why there's been a strong focus on my live streams on South Africa. Not exclusively, but a strong focus, because I'm just kind of doing it as a public service, and I'm not making anything off of it, and that wasn't my intent. The channel will be monetized at some point, but that's because it was part of my consultancy. For like the prepared videos and I do like that, maybe there'll be ads or something like that. But some people have asked me to monetize it so they can become members, but I have to figure out what special I can do for members to make it worth their time and money to be a member. So I'm working on that. Anyway, so that's just kind of what's going on with it. So the coffee stuff, how did you guys come up with that idea? I mean, because there's a lot of people selling coffee.
Look, it's more a passion thing for Giselle. When I met her, she was into coffee big time. I was, at the time, and I'm proud of saying it now, at the time, I was drinking low quality instant coffee, and Giselle was into the best of the best. And we were in a shop once, and Giselle was standing at the shelf ready to buy coffee. And I was in a hurry, and I said to her, man, just grab the instant coffee and let's go. And there's nothing wrong with instant coffee. But...
Wait. What do you mean there's nothing wrong with instant coffee? It's horrible.
No, listen to this. And I said to her, just grab a tin, let's go. And a complete stranger overheard our conversation, and the lady said to Giselle, I agree, if you buy coffee, you buy the best. And I felt really embarrassed, and it made me listen twice and speak once, since then about coffee. And a couple of years passed, and I got more and more into the coffee thing, and then a new brilliant, lovely roastery coffee shop opened here in Pretoria. And I thought it would be a good idea to take Giselle to this coffee shop, roastery. And we walked in, and as we walked in, I saw on the right-hand side, it looked like a science lab, all the things they had there. And I started asking questions, and they started explaining to me about brewing coffee this way and filtering that way. And the more they told me, because I'm one of those people, I'm very curious. When I was in school, we had a trophy for general knowledge. Now, I was never one of the best students. I always tried my best, but other students always won the prizes. But every now and again, we would walk into a class, and without warning us, they would just hand out papers and tell us, we're writing a test now. And
Oops, no, I've lost you. I think I've lost Yep, I've lost Johan. Let me, all right, folks, we've lost the connection with Johan. I'm going to call him right back. He was talking about coffee and his interest in coffee. I'm not sure why that happened, but let me call him back. It's a network issue, probably. So I'm trying to get him back right now. There's some nice comments that have come in here, by the way, from folks on the stream. He's not coming back, so... let me see if I can get it back. I thought he just tried to call me. So yeah, thank you so much for the comments coming in here, ladies and gentlemen. I see Olaf said, love the way you live, Chris. I don't know if you're saying live or you're saying live for the stream. I imagine it's for the stream. But thank you so much for that. Yeah, Olaf said, no, we've lost him. Yeah, maybe the battery ran out on his laptop. But I will get him back, and I will tell as well. I see that Talon is shared that you do that clever coffee for Germ. I didn't know that. That's interesting to know. Let me see. I'm going to make him a note and see if he's online, or if his battery died. But I wouldn't be surprised if the battery died, because he was on his laptop. If you don't plug it in, that's what happens, ladies and gentlemen. Well, listen, for those tuning in, thank you for still being with me here. I really appreciate it. This is Chris coming to you on Indaba Africa, Chris White Africa channel. And we were talking with my guest, Jezelle, a Namibian singer who performs all over Southern Africa, and was supposed to come here in the States for a concert tour, but lockdown kind of ruined that for the short term. And also with our manager, Johan Yssel. And hopefully he'll be back here in just a moment. But thank you for tuning in. Folks are talking about coffee now, of all things. I'm not a big coffee fan. I know that's ironic, yes, because I have the Starbucks. So yeah, let me go ahead and make myself larger while I wait to get them back in. But anyway, so I've not talked politics on this stream today, because we're just talking about what's happening around Giselle's music career and not about politics. So hopefully I can get them back. But in the meantime, stick with me there, folks. Do you folks have any questions? Hank says, endemic coffee in South Africa. Oh, wow. Neither did I, Hank. And now I know you grow coffee in Zimbabwe. I'm actually very familiar with the coffee industry in Zimbabwe, but I had no idea that people grew coffee in South Africa. And I'm wondering where they grow it. You have to have certain altitude and certain temperature and humidity conditions, things like that. So that is interesting that they actually have it in South Africa. Christoph says, likes all kinds. Okay. Let's see what else we got here. Where is Gisele? Is she preparing for a live song? Yeah, I wanted to say that. I was about to say that, Jason, to Johan when we got disconnected. So let's see what else we got here. Christoph says, good coffee culture started a few years ago and plays a part in driving local economies. You know, it's interesting. A lot of people criticize Starbucks because they're big business, big, global company, and a lot of people don't like their coffee, but you have to give Starbucks credit. You go back to the 1970s and you go forward to these, but starting in the 1990s especially, you'd have to say Starbucks deserves a lot of credit for helping create the coffee culture outside of Italy. Now, there's always been a coffee culture in Italy. There's always been one in Ethiopia. Here we go. All right. So, are you back? Johan? Are you there? What happened? Did the battery die?
No, it was like a power dip, and I think that made the modem and everything go out. Can you see and hear me, Chris?
I can see and hear you. I was riffing and talking about coffee culture while you were gone. So good to have you back. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. We have a problem. No, we've solved the problem, Houston. Speaking of which, hey, did you watch the launch of the NASA SpaceX Falcon 9 crew dragging capsule and going to the International Space Station?
Are you asking me?
I'm sorry, but yes, I'm asking you.
Chris, did anybody in the world not watch it? I didn't watch it the way I wanted to watch it. I was watching it on my phone in between being extremely busy in the studio, but the short answer is yes.
Yeah, it was truly amazing. I did the stream here on my channel, which was awesome, and then I got hit with a copyright claim, and they blocked my video. It turns out that what I used was the NASA feed, which was public domain, so there's no copyright on it. I mean, and by the way, we're taxpayers. We're paying for that feed. But what happened is after it aired, about 6 hours later, my video was blocked while I was asleep. I got up in the morning, and I noticed that nobody else was watching the video. What happened? And so I looked at it, and they had a claim on it that said it was blocked. National Geographic Channel claimed that I used their content. I never did. So I fought the copyright claim, and I won, actually pretty quickly within the same day.
Oh, well done.
But it turns out, I guess Ronaldo came across an article in which apparently this was a widespread thing. There were fraudulent National Geographic claims. Claims. I don't even know if National Geographic actually made the claim, but someone was claiming that it was National Geographic, and it affected a lot of people who were using that stream. But anyway, it got lifted, and that was a really cool show. I mean, if you want to see me blubber like a little girl, that's the time to tune in, because I was in tears and crying. It was such an amazing launch, and thank you, Elon Musk and NASA and everybody involved in that, the 8,000 employees at SpaceX. It was really, really cool. Really, really cool. So there's a question here for you real quick, Johan. Somebody said, it's Jason. Yeah, now Jason, not to tease Jason, but Jason really is a bit of a fanboy. He said, Chris, off course, I'm a fanboy. What do you mean? Gisele is beautiful.
Oh, good to know.
And he says, he also says, where is Gisele? Is she prepping for a live song? I think that she's busy with El Gisele, but anyway, I'm just guessing.
She was just feeding El Gisele now. I don't know if El Gisele is... She's wide awake.
So she got it out there.
Actually, I'm going to call Gisele back, and then I'll keep an eye on El Gisele. I think that's it. Okay, no. She's on her way back. Okay. Jason's waiting for you.
There we go.
It's okay.
Look at her cheeks are so rosy. Look at her cheeks. Look, somebody put blush on her. She's adorable. That's the Gerber baby for the 21st century. Oh my goodness.
She looks exactly like that Gerber picture. I went and Googled it after you said that.
All Americans know that image. That's an image, an iconic image that we grew up in. I think that child's actually, that image is from like the 1930s or 50s. It's that long ago, and that kid has long since grown up and become an adult. But she's, look at her, those rosy cheeks. That's she looks like she must have been singing or something.
Kyk daar sien met hulle sê vir die mense.
Hallo.
Ja, daar bo. Kyk daar. just want to show her the camera.
Yeah, please do.
Hello. See yourself. Yeah.
Oh, she's smiling. You got
Oh, Chris, I've got Giselle's albums here.
Yes.
I forgot about that. This is the country album.
Okay.
With songs like 9 to 5, Before He Cheats, Better Be Home Soon, Clap Your Hands, Stamp Your Feet, Inside Your Heaven, Jesus Take the Wheel, Light of a Clear Blue Morning, Look at Us, Mama is Crazy, and All Time Rock and Roll. And then the new one, which is called Faraans Mensa.
Yep.
And Boere Joel. Have you? No, you saw the show, so you know
Yeah.
Boere Joel.
Yep. Whoops! There goes the microphone. Can't hear you. The cord's loose. Oh, now Dad's knocking down the microphone. It's a family trait. Look at Giselle. Giselle's so embarrassed. Oh, look, they're both knocking the microphone over. I can barely hear you guys. There's something wrong with the mic. Either the cord's disconnected or maybe some damage was done. I'm not sure. Or a setting got adjusted. So it sounds like you're not there. Any German songs? Daga Boy. Hey, Daga Boy, see you're back. Thanks for letting me know that you'd been cut out. I've got you back in the stream and your comments are there. Yeah, so Giselle, I can't hear you. Can you say something, Johan? No, nothing there. You might try unplugging. I can hear barely, like on 0.5 on a scale of 10. I can hear you saying something. I don't know if it's, I'm hearing some scratching there, but maybe it's on the other end, plugged into the computer or the board or something. Yeah, drop the mic, bam. Thank you, Christoph. That's exactly what happened. Yeah, Olaf, we know it's still there. We're working on it here. Yeah, but in the meantime, while Johan tries to fix that, Giselle, someone asked, Dogboy asked if you perform any German songs. I don't know that you perform any German songs, but before you answer that question, it's interesting because back in the 70s, one of the biggest groups in the world, of course, 70s and early 80s was ABBA. They're still one of the top selling groups of all time. And ABBA, of course, sings in Swedish, but that's not how they made it big. They made it big with Waterloo and Dancing Queen and all that. But they sang in English, of course. But they also sang in French. They sang in Spanish. Chiquita, they sang in Spanish. They sang in German. Quite amazing. So I think it's a good question. Do you sing any songs in German, and would you consider it? That's my question. But I don't think we can hear you. No, we can't hear you guys. That microphone, something's off now. So, my goodness. No, barely. I've got the sound turned up all the way on this end. Yeah, I think the microphone might be damaged, or the cord. Or we may have to just switch to the microphone on the laptop, which won't be the best quality, but we'll be able to hear you at least. Just unplug that. Now look at El Gisele. She's like, what are you doing over there? Huh? What's going on? I didn't do that. Dad knocked it over. A little bit better, but more like 2 on a scale of 10. It was 0.5, so we still got a ways to go. And I've got it turned up all the way on this end. So, oops, I keep hearing something there. Okay. Wow. No, it's not there. Can you just unplug it and see if you can switch to the microphone on the camera? Will that work? The plug. No, I don't hear anything. I hear something in the background. Some microphones picking some up, but it's very, very low. Christoph says maybe unplug it for now. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Huh. Well, now we're having all the technical fun. We lost the video feed. Now we lost the microphones. I guess we should be happy we managed to get as far as we did in the conversation without losing the microphone in the past. But yeah, no, we can't hear you on this end. I can hear some things you're saying, but it's just. Are you able to switch back to the laptop microphone or no?
We are on the laptop.
Oh, you are on the laptop. Check your settings. Maybe the volume is turned down or something. I don't know. Gosh, wow, because I can barely hear you. Yeah, Agra says, shall we leave these parents to go wrestle the little one? Maybe we should knock off. Is it there?
Okay, I don't know if you can hear us.
I can hear you much better now. It's still low, but much better.
1, 2, 3, sound check 1, 2.
Yeah, that comes up at about 50%, so I don't know if we're going to be able to continue with that, but I can hear the conversation. Maybe if you lean into the microphone. This is.
I mean, we do this.
Oh,
How
yeah,
does
now,
this sound?
yeah. Now I can hear you. It's like you're in the studio. That's actually brilliant sound, but it's you have to hold it close. So,
Brilliant. Okay, no problem. We can do this. We've done this before.
but now I don't. Now I don't even hear the annoying sound that we had in the very beginning. That was that buzz that was all along. So, whatever you've done, we fixed.
I fixed it.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, there
Okay.
you go. Oh, yeah, that sounds great right there. Yeah. Okay, excellent.
Okay, so I'm going to do it like this now. Okay, Giselle, welcome to the show. We can hear you now, finally. And I want you to sing. Chris, when is your birthday?
Okay, that's a story in of itself, but I'll tell you, and then we'll tell the story at another different time or later. My birthday is the 25th of December.
Oh, yes,
You
actually.
mentioned that.
Last night, actually.
Yeah, I must remember to do this now.
Nee?
Yeah.
You
Okay.
have to be careful, otherwise you look like the overpaid SABC cameraman.
Oh, yeah. Giselle,
What was the question?
yeah, what was the question?
I don't
Could
know.
I ask the question?
What was the question?
Something about German.
Oh, that question. Yes. No, I think Agro was asking if you do any songs in German.
I don't. I actually wanted to record the Zuidwesterlied, but I'm still struggling to learn all the lyrics. So, but I really want to do that.
No, that's actually, I think that's a brilliant song that you should do in German if you're going to do one of that Südwest, because of course the Germans have such a strong influence in the area, and it would be very important to them as well. So that'd be cool. And I don't know. Are you having difficulty with creating the lyrics or singing them or both?
I'm struggling to remember it.
Actually, you just didn't work on it yet.
Hartwig am Wildernholz. Yeah. But I think I wanna record that. Like I said, I love German music.
Yeah, no, it's awesome. So you're gonna get your number 2 fan there, Jason, all excited because it sounded like you started doing a live song.
Shh.
So Wesley says that his dad's birthday is on the 26th of December. You know, it's fascinating because until my mid-40s, now obviously millions of people are born. It's a different day on the calendar, but millions of people are born on December 25th. But never in my lifetime did I actually have a conversation and someone was saying, yeah, my birthday's Christmas Day. That never happened until I was like 45 or something like that. But I've always met people who gave me all sorts of dates, the 24th, the 26th, but obviously lots of people. But that would be awesome if you could do that in German. Hopefully you can do that.
I'm gonna try my best. I'm gonna try. Yeah. And I just want to say on your birthday, I'm gonna try to remember it. On the 25th of December, I'll call you and sing happy birthday.
Oh my goodness. Oh, and by the way,
Mr. President.
the copyright, Mr. President, the copyright has expired now, so you don't even have to pay residuals to sing it.
Yeah, ne? Chris, please tell everybody the story. I love your story about Elvis Presley.
Which one? There were 2 of them. The one, not the one where he died, but the other one.
The one you told us last night.
Well, I embellished a little bit, so I won't tell the embellishment part. So if it sounds slightly different, don't correct me because I was having fun with the story. But yeah, so we were talking as I asked Giselle when we were prepping for the stream about whether she sings gospel or she would consider it. And the reason I mention that is because I remember Elvis Presley. A lot of people don't know this, but Elvis sang more gospel songs than anything else. He had an amazing repertoire of music, country, pop, rock, and of course gospel. And he had an amazing voice in his gospel. I'm not a huge gospel fan, but I really enjoyed listening to Elvis Presley's gospel. Now, Elvis to me is kind of a special tie. I mean, for the following reason. That's the story I'm going to tell that Giselle's asking about. So when I was a kid, my parents, we moved across the country from one side to the other, and we were coming back from the West Coast. We'd lived in California, and we moved to Nashville briefly. And my father worked as a contractor. We were living in a trailer park. Don't get excited. We weren't wealthy or anything like that, but we were living in a trailer park, and my father was like a general contractor working on Graceland for Elvis Presley. So as a kid, I got to go on Graceland, and it was really cool. Now, the part of the story I embellish about is I said that was chubby Elvis, but it wasn't fat Elvis yet. He was still slim then. because it must have been like 1969 or something like that, around that time frame. It wasn't until like 72 that he started to get to be a big fellow. But no, Elvis was really, really polite, really cool. I don't have many childhood memories, but my memories of Elvis Presley were just amazing. He was so cool, so nice. And I got to run around Graceland as a kid. People were always like, you ever going to go visit? I'm like, why? I was there, I don't need to tour it. I saw it back in the day when Elvis lived there. But no, Elvis Presley.
How cool is that?
No, it's super cool. It is really cool.
Oh.
And the thing is that, people talk about, I remember what I was doing when JFK died. I remember what I was doing when so-and-so died. Or like I talked about in my stream, I remember exactly what I was doing when the Challenger exploded on its launch, because I was cleaning my rifle in the barracks in Germany. I was in the Army at the time. And I remember exactly what I was doing when my mother told me that Elvis Presley died. And I was heartbroken because I thought he was amazing. He was really cool. I was painting a bicycle that had rust on it. I'd scraped the rust off, and this was in Ohio, and I was outside, and I was spray painting it white. I remember the spray paint and the bicycle, and my mother came out and told me that Elvis died, and I was just astounded. I was in shock. He was amazing. He was a really, really talented performer. Did he have the best voice? No, but he had a voice that was suited for the things that he performed, and I just thought Elvis was really cool. And talk about a stage presence. Boy, Elvis had the presence, didn't he?
Yeah. No, he was amazing. Wow.
Now, I mean, this is probably hard for you to answer. Johan can answer it better, but let me ask you anyway, Giselle. I have not seen. No, you can answer. I have not seen you perform live, so I don't know about stage presence. I mean, in your videos, you have good presence in the videos, but how do you feel about your stage presence? Do you have a good feel for it? Is it something you're comfortable with?
Do I have to answer that?
Yes, you have to answer that. People paid absolutely nothing to watch this stream. Let them get their money's worth.
No, Johan says I'm a natural, so it's not a difficult thing for me to do. I guess I'm okay. I'm doing okay.
Well, that's cool. So, do you miss performing live? I mean, it's got to get frustrating and irritating. Because before you answer it, I would think that at some point you'd be like, oh gosh, when I go back on, I'm going to be rusty because it's been a long time since I was on the stage.
Yes. Yeah. I mentioned that 2 days ago. I think we're gonna be pathetic when we go back on stage, all of us, because we don't get to perform now. That's bad. You miss that. Obviously, you do. But I have to say, I'm pretty much into this whole lockdown thing. Serious about it, but enjoying that. But I love performing, but I also love to work in the studio, and I really want to work on the next singles, and I want to release that. So I want to go back to the studio to record, and I can't do that. But performing, yes, I think we all miss that. We miss
I can
the
imagine.
audience.
Well, but what about the studio? Because I've always wondered. I mean, you always watch movies and TV shows, and you see some clips of artists in the studio when you're recording, and of course you see take 46. You don't want to do it 46 times, but I mean, if you're in the studio and you're recording a song and you hit it just right, and you're like, that's a wrap, we got it. That must be really rewarding to know, okay, we got it, and you listen to the playback like that's what I was looking for. What's that like?
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, when I go to the studio for the first time, it's lyrics on a piece of paper, and I've got some weird or wild ideas, nothing more. And then a day or 2 or 3 into it, you can start to hear what it's going to sound like at the end. And when you go for the final listening session, it's the end product, or whatever you call it, and it sounds so great, and you're so proud. So, I absolutely love the studio.
Chris, part of that answer, I want Jezelle to talk about Waar is die daar and what's the other one? Ek onthou.
Yeah, the 2 ballads on the album.
Yeah, there's a story behind the recording of that.
So when you go to a studio, you record, we call it a guide track. So it's rough, nothing fancy, nothing beautiful. It's a
Because up until then, the song is only in her head.
Yes. Ek weet nie of hy dit kan hoor nie.
Yeah.
A guide track is just a track, very rough, so that you have something that you can work from. And so I went to the studio, and I was sitting there behind the beat because I did all the piano I played the piano on the album. Also did all my own backing vocals. And I was sitting there playing Ek onthou and Waar is die daar? And Sommer recorded the vocals as well. And as a guide, and my producer was really impressed with that. So it was the guide tracks that ended up on the final product. We just added some strings and so on, but it's still the guide tracks.
So the songs on the album, number 3 and number 9, are actually the guide tracks. That was so good. She did it one take as a guide track, and it ended up the final product. Same thing with Celine Dion's My Heart Will Go On. It was also the guide track. She sang it once just as a guide, and they ended up using that until today. That's the only recording that exists. Was the guide track for My Heart Will Go On, and the same with 2 songs on Giselle's album. The guide tracks was actually good enough to make it to the final product. So I'm proud of her.
Thanks.
Well, that's awesome. So I remember the song we were trying to think of earlier, the song with Kurt, Darren, and Swakopmund and Leah. That's Selfie.
Selfie, yes.
Yeah, that's a great one. That was so cute. Now, that's one of those ones where I try to find the lyrics at because I missed some of the lyrics, because especially Swakopmund when he does his part, because it throws me off because he mixes things up. So Yanni has just kindly put the link to Apple Music for Giselle's songs. So thank you for that, Yanni.
Thank you so
much. Really appreciate that. It's very kind of you. Yep. Your number 2 fan is back on here, and he says you're a natural beauty. Johan, I think you might have something to worry about, man. It's a good thing we're not giving away your address. Might have to call SAPS out, you know? Yikes. Let's see. Tell Gisele she can always practice her vocals on your streams. Well, yeah, she's welcome to come on here. Let's see. What else we got here? But thank you, Yanni, for putting that on. It's very helpful. Appreciate it. Well, actually, the microphone now is far better than it's been the whole time without that, whatever you've done to it. Now that, so this would have been great if we'd had the sound quality the whole time.
Thank you, Gisele. Thank you.
Has she got part of the microphone stand in her hand? What's going on there?
Yep.
Oh, now it's in her mouth. Okay, well, there you go. Standard behavior.
Everything goes to the mouth.
Yeah. Yesterday we were talking, she was grabbing Giselle's hair, and I'm like, I've never understood that. Kids just love to pull on hair. They really do.
Oh, and it hurts.
I'll bet. Hey, so in your video, Faraans Mensa, you've got kind of a curl to your hair. Was that just a one-time thing? That was a very nice look.
Yes, I had my hair done like an hour. Yeah. Johan did. Yeah, from the salon to the wat noem is dit? To the shoot. So I had my hair done, and that was a one-time thing. I actually like my hair that way.
No, it looks quite good. It's it's surprising because it's still you, but it's a very different look, and it's amazing what a small change like that can do to someone's appearance. It was kind of, she has not let go of that tripod.
Nope.
That's funny.
But there must be footage somewhere on the internet of Gisele with her perm. You must see that.
Oh my
If
gosh.
someone can find one of those photos, please post it. Okay, because I'm not allowed to.
No, I love that, the curly hair. Giselle's got a bit of a curl.
Yeah, well, I've got quite a bit of a curl going too. I got to put the goop in there right now so it doesn't get out of control.
I love that.
I don't know if I love it. It's a bit out of control. But,
people with straight hair always wants curly hair, and vice versa.
Yeah. Well, of course, my hair for the longest time was very short because I was in uniform. So, of course, no facial hair and very short. So I'd forgotten that it tends to curl. And it hasn't been this long since I was a freshman in university. So it's a bit different. But let's see what else we got here. So, Hendo says, I've made Elvis fans extremely jealous, by telling that story. And then Wesley pointed out that he always complains he only gets one gift. Have I done that on my stream? Maybe he's just saying that in general, but if I've done that, yeah. But no, I don't get too excited about it. But it is true. It's funny because when your birthday's on Christmas Day, you expect, wow, I'm just going to rake it in. I'm going to get all these gifts. And then what happens is you get one or two gifts. One's your birthday gift, one's your Christmas gift, and all your siblings get like 35 gifts. You're like, what's going on here?
It's unfair.
Yeah. So listen, is there anything you like about Pretoria? Is there? I mean, you're there obviously because of work and because that's where you have to be. But I kind of like Pretoria. Do you like it as well?
Yeah. I do. I mean, it's a big city. Pretty much Afrikaans. So we love it. And we have a nice home. And so yeah, I like Pretoria. It's just sometimes the crime, you know, makes me want to move back to Namibia. So, but we have bull security in Pretoria, and they are doing an amazing job. Hey, I'm promoting them. And we give them coffee at night, as in 2:00 in the morning. They stop here, and I give them coffee. Because they do a great job and they make us feel safe. So thanks to Bull Security, we're still in Pretoria.
You know, that's an odd thing for people in the United States in particular, or North America, Canada, parts of Europe, that you mentioned, you have to rely on security services to protect you because of home invasions and things like that, which can be quite serious. So it's very different. A lot of Americans, some people live in places where you need home security. But in a lot of places in America, there are towns and communities where people don't even lock their door at night, even in this day and age. Now, in major metropolitan cities right now, in the midst of this insurrection, that's not the case. But on much of the country, it's a very different feeling. You can feel safe and secure. And even if you lock your place, you don't really have to worry about home invasions in much of the country. But in South Africa, that's always an ever-present danger. So that's a good point that you raised there about them providing service. But I imagine you give them coffee, not just because you're grateful, but because the caffeine will keep them awake.
Yes. And they take extra good care of us because we give them coffee. And the whole street is safe. I wanted to say something. I growing up in Namibia, I mean, it's safe there. And we didn't even, I grew up on a farm and we didn't lock the doors at night. Left the car keys in the car. Hey, if you do that in Gauteng, ish.
No, your car.
You're gonna be in trouble.
Your car will be gone before you enter the KFC to get your streetwise meal.
Yep. Yeah, so true.
Yeah. No, it's unfortunate. You know, you guys were talking about coffee, and even though I'm not a coffee drinker, I do patronize Starbucks. Obviously, I've got holding up on the screen here. I'm drinking a little bottle, but that's because I love sugar and caffeine, and they make those big frappuccinos. So when they opened the Starbucks finally at Menlyn, I was a patron. I went there several times, and I know for real coffee drinkers that's probably sacrilege, but I bought a whole bunch of frappuccinos when I was there. So I was happy to see that. But of course, the Starbucks franchisee got in some financial trouble, and I don't even know if they're still open at Menlyn or not. But
I don't know.
Yeah, but they had a huge store there in Menlyn on one of the. I'm trying to remember the spot there, but you know the Menlyn Mall. It's but it's a really large, physically large store that they had there. I don't know if they took over a clothing store or something in that spot, but it was quite nice. And I even have a Starbucks mug from South Africa. So I always buy mugs. Yeah, I got a whole collection of mugs. I ought to put that up sometime of Starbucks mugs. And in the interest of full disclosure, I am an investor in Starbucks. I bought the shares at like $4 a share. They're $72 a share. So I'm happy to help sell their coffee.
Wow. So you are into coffee.
No, I'm into making money off of coffee.
Out of coffee.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah, no, it is a very different thing. Like you talked about growing up in Namibia, you can actually feel safe and didn't live under the threat that so many people unfortunately live under in this day and age. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, I know. I absolutely love Namibia for that. I mean, the crime rate there, it's a joke compared to South Africa. You can't compare it to South Africa.
Well, and not to get into politics.
In South Africa, it's a joke.
Yeah, well, it's a scary joke, but not to get into politics, but to make one point about that, you live in Namibia, and you and I both know that at least half the population lives in abject poverty, even to this day, which is unfortunate. But if poverty were the reason why people commit crime, then you'd see crime levels in Namibia just as bad or worse than South Africa. But you don't see that.
Yeah.
You don't see it, do you?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that
No.
that can't be the answer.
And especially now during the lockdown, we thought that the crime rate was going to go skyrocket, and it didn't. We felt safe.
So I did want to ask you a question, though. Listen, if I get there, do you mind if we do a safari in your neighborhood? Because I understand there are kudu walking the streets of Pretoria these days.
Yes, I heard about it. Yeah, I heard about it. You know everything about everything, eh?
I don't know about that, but I try. So Yanni says that Starbucks is still there in Johannesburg. He walked past one today, but it was hectic busy. Well, I'm sure, Yanni, that all those patrons were maintaining their social distance, no doubt, right? Now, Daga here, I think he's asking, he mistyped it, but I think Daga Boy's asking, why did you choose the name Gisele, El Gisele, excuse me. I think that's what he's asking. Why did you choose the name El Gisele? We talked about it early on, so can you explain to people how you guys came up with the name for your wonderful child?
Okay, I wanted something sounding a little French. I love the language French. So I was thinking about maybe Jezelle or Jeanne or something like that, and because I'm Gisele. And then Johan came up with the name. He said, "How about Al Gisele?" And I said to him, "Well, I like that." And then only a day or two later, I realized that Al Gisele is actually my name, Giselle, but just mixed up.
Changing the spelling around.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Well, it's interesting, you love French. Je dois dire que le langue français, pour moi, c'est pas très joli. Moi-même, je préfère les langues italiennes parce que les Italiens, c'est très plus joli que les Français. Mais on peut dire, peut-être tu as raison, mais je ne suis pas d'accord. Did you keep up?
And world peace.
Yeah, no, I was saying, for those who don't speak French, I was saying that I don't agree with Giselle. I don't think that French is a particularly beautiful language. I think Italian's far more beautiful language. You can say, but anyway, it's just a personal view. But yeah, French, people definitely like French. For me, it was one of the last foreign languages I learned, because I speak parts of, fluency in different parts of 6 languages. French was the 5th language that I learned. And I learned it once I was kind of set in my brain about how you learn things, and it gets harder at that stage. But the problem I have with French is why write letters if you're not going to pronounce them? That's just annoying. Yeah. But of course, the Afrikaans community, there's a strong French influence because the French Huguenots. Yeah.
Johan's asking, but isn't Afrikaans the most beautiful for language for foreigners?
Well, it's interesting. You guys should say that, because when it comes to, say, English, people speaking English, there are certain accents that I think are really cool. And let me get your view on this, Giselle. We're gonna wrap up here in the next 10 minutes or so, but let me get your view on this. I think that the most beautiful accent is the Irish lilt. When you hear some from Ireland speaking, it's the way they speak English is just gorgeous. And then for me, the next one actually, which is going to surprise a lot of people, I like to listen to Afrikaners speak English. Especially the serious Boers, who speak up with that accent. It's beautiful. Now you're laughing. I bet people be surprised, but I think it's an awesome accent when Afrikaners speak English. It's really, especially the serious farming accents. Beyond that,
why am I blushing now?
Then you are into comedy shows, Chris.
And then for me, it's maybe the Scots. They have a good accent. Then maybe the Australians when they're not drunk, which is rare. And then that's going to get me some hate mail. And then finally, I think that the English, the American, and the Kiwi accents are the least appealing when it comes to those who speak English. I think even a lot of Indians have better accents in English than Americans in English do.
Wow. Okay.
But when it comes to music,
Yeah.
Music is a universal language in itself.
Yeah.
But for instance, Italian music has been doing very well all over the world among nations who don't understand Italian, for instance. So I was wondering if people enjoy music that where they don't understand the words, how come Afrikaans songs never take off and do well in other countries, even though Afrikaans, I think,
Well, I think
Lucky
it
Swart
has.
with Lieve Lulu did very well.
No,
Yeah.
but I think it has to do with the fact that it's okay. Let's just be honest. It's not a
Was it
very
the way that it's marketed?
well. That has a lot to do with. I think the way it's marketed is part of it. The other part of it is that there is there's not a lot of Afrikaans speakers, right? So one way that people become introduced to it is those who love the music share it with others. So you get people who hear music in German and they share with others and they spread it around because they may speak German and English or German in another language and do it. And the same thing with French. But then some things just catch on because they're just that appealing, whatever language they're done in. And I think songs like Faraans Mensa, that to me is a song is that ought to catch on. And then Lekker Foto Up, I think that's a very catchy, kind of thing. If you sing something, especially something that could be played in a dance club, if you got a song that's got that kind of beat, the language doesn't matter so much, and sometimes that catches on and people start listening to it. But there aren't really many Afrikaans things that really fall into that basket. It's great music, but I think that you just got to, sometimes it's happenstance. But it's a small community, guys. I mean, we're only talking, 10 million people total max, including whites and coloreds and those who are expats.
Yeah.
Not a lot of people speak the language.
Chris, but I want to add to that, Suidwes is, I would say, an exception to the rule.
Yeah.
Because if you look on Facebook, not on Facebook, also on Facebook, but especially on YouTube, most of the comments on Giselle's Suidwes song are from overseas, and most of those are German.
Yeah, well, of course, guys. So that's the thing. So people, when I first,
But not Namibian German. I mean,
no,
Germany
Germany from Germany. Yeah. Well, that's because Dutch and Afrikaans are not that. Well, Afrikaans is more removed because you've got stuff from Southwest Asia, and you've also not Southwest from South Asia, and also from African languages. So it's further removed from German than Dutch. But Dutch is not that far removed from German. So a lot of Germans watch Dutch television and have watched Dutch programs. Many Dutch performers have become famous and wealthy in Germany. So, for instance, one of the top presenters on German television is Rudy Karel. Rudy Karel is Dutch, but he speaks German. And so there's a close link there. So it's not uncommon for people who speak German to listen to Dutch music and by extension would listen to Afrikaans if they're exposed to it. But you just got to expose people to it. That's the key.
Yeah, so it comes down to marketing again. I mean,
Yeah.
if one would buy airtime on TV and radio in a specific country and promote whatever song, surely that song should build up some kind of following. But Suidwes was never marketed, wasn't even marketed yet at all. I mean, it was viral in South Africa, and from there it spread to wherever it went, literally like a virus. And but the album came out was only released now. So I think we will market the song now properly in a country or two and just see what happens. I mean, why not?
No, I would say, listen, Johan, not to tell you how you do business, but just as an outsider, not entirely an outsider, but because I have experience from years ago, but as an outsider, I would say that you're going to want to market it, of course, in Namibia and South Africa, but you're going to want to reach New Zealand, Australia, the US, UK, Germany, at a minimum. That's the places you're going to want to do it. And, there's some other places that you'll find an audience, but I think that's where you're going to find your biggest audiences in those places. And here's the bottom line with everything, ladies and gentlemen, and I talk about this especially in rugby. Whether people like this or not, and however people feel about the United States or not, sorry, but the reality is if you want to make money and you want to be big in the world, you have to have some sort of presence in the U.S. if you want to make it really big. It's the largest media market in the world. It's the largest commercial market in the world. It is the world's largest consumer class, and it's the most money spent when it comes to disposable income anywhere on the planet is here in the U.S. For whatever things that we do well, we do poorly, all of what I just said are true statements, and if you want to make it, you've got to have it here. This is one of the reasons why rugby is not as profitable as it should be, because until recently there was no professional rugby presence in the United States. Now with Major League Rugby, we'll see what happens over the next few years if it takes hold. It was doing well before lockdown in its third season, but the refusal of Super Rugby to bring a franchise to the West Coast of the U.S., but instead put one in Japan and one in Argentina, I think was a foolish move. And we're seeing it now as Super Rugby is falling apart, literally. It looks like the South African teams are trying to play in the Pro 14 in Ireland, in the Celtic nations, and the New Zealanders want to play in Japan or play in the U.S. So anyway, my point is that for anything, music, arts, if you want to make it big, you've got to get a foothold in the States, and so you've got to do things to cater to that market. And I think with Gisele, the things she does singing in English for her country music, that's something that appeals, and that might be something that has appeal, especially in Nashville. And you never know, that might take off. And I much prefer to hear her sing Afrikaans pop than country, but I'm just saying that's potentially a viable market for her.
Yeah, I agree, and thank you for that, Chris. Especially if she does with country what she wants to do with a potential new album. Sorry, I think that will be potentially an option for her to do well over there. But Gisele wants to. I want to ask the people watching, especially the Afrikaans people. Gisele wants to put a medley together with Afrikaans folk music, if you know what I'm talking about. And so if they can give ideas, it will really help. Maybe their suggestions will end up in the final product.
No, that'd be great, folks. Feel free to you can, if you have any ideas for Gisele for a folk music album, please feel free to contact me, and I'll make sure it gets to them. Or you can go to their website. I don't know. Is there a space for comments on Gisele's website or leaving messages, or no?
Yeah, there is.
Okay, well, go to their web. You go there too.
If they give a good suggestion now, I'll twist Gisele's arm to sing one or two bars of that song.
Okay. I see.
Biggest one that she knows.
Now, Hendo mentioned talking about Afrikaans at Malaysia, Java influence. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. I said South Asia. Being the host and keeping the stream going and watching the chat and trying to keep the questions lively. Sometimes words escape you, and that was the word that escaped me for. I was thinking of Malaysia and Indonesia, of course, because for those who know the history, the Khoi and the San, but the Khoi or the San in particular,
yes,
had no interest in being slaves or workers for the early settlers in the Western Cape and the Cape Town area, and so the Dutch East India Company sent off to Indonesia and Malaysia to bring slaves back, which did a couple things. Number one, those people formed the basis of part of the nascent colored community in South Africa, along with Dutch, Germans, and French Huguenots, and Khoi and San. That became the colored community. But beyond that, it influenced the Afrikaans language. The early development of it as Dutch changed into Afrikaans. And the other thing is the introduction of Islam into South Africa. The first time Islam came to South Africa was with those coming from Indonesia and Malaysia who were Muslims who brought it with them to the Western Cape. So the presence of Islam goes back to the 1660s, 1670s in the Western Cape, quite a while. Much different than the more recent development of Islam coming into KZN, KwaZulu-Natal, when Indians came from India and Pakistan to work the sugarcane fields when it was a British colony. Anyway, so there's a little bit of history, and people probably weren't betting on that, but you got a little bit of history today.
Chris, and something interesting that happened while I was working in, was it Taiwan or Macau? Anyway, Hong Kong area. We did a contract there, and I was agent for the shows because we put shows together in South Africa and we staged it there. I think it was, the specific incident was in Macau. And the agent on that side, obviously a Chinese lady, had an assistant from, I think it was Malaysia. And but we were there, all South Africans, and obviously the language that we used to communicate was English, because in that way the Chinese and everybody else could kind of understand. But at a certain stage, one night after working very late, I said in Afrikaans to the rest of the group that I'm going to go down to the shop and buy a banana. But I said in Afrikaans, I said I'm going to go down to the shop and koop a pisang. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the lady from Malaysia looked up and she said, "Pisang? How do you know the word pisang?" I said, "Of course I know the word pisang. It's banana." She said, "It's one of their words in their language." And yes. I said, "No, it's Afrikaans." And she said, "No, it's not Afrikaans. It's Malay, because she's that it's her home language." And she knew words like pisang, boboti. I can't even remember the others, but there were like 5 or 6 words that we could come up with quite quickly. And that just proves that it came from there to Afrikaans.
No, absolutely. It's strange like that. But it's the same way with agricultural products. People think they come from places. So if you speak to Africans, a lot of them think maize comes from Africa. It doesn't. It comes from the Americas. A lot of Africans think rice comes from Africa. It doesn't. It comes from Asia. A lot of Africans think chickens come from Africa. No, they come from Asia, and the list goes on and on. It's just funny because you grow up with it, and it's all around you, and you just assume that's where it's from when it actually came from somewhere else. But there's some comments coming in here. So Yanni says, "Sorry, Mare." I think he's talking about the stuff, the folk music, and then use.
Sorry, Mare.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, Giselle, come. I'll take baby. Sorry, Mare. Come. Sorry, Chris, I'm hijacking your channel here.
No, that's quite all right.
I have to get Giselle singing.
Wat moet ek sê?
Sorry, Mare, die mense het request.
Sorry, Marie.
Yeah.
Ek sal dit net doen as die mense saam sing.
They have to sing with, as if we'll be able to hear them. Okay.
Net 'n stukkie.
Small part.
My sorry, Marie, is so ver van my hart af. Ek hoop om haar weer te sien. Sy het en ek kan die woorde onthou nie. In die wijk van die mooie rivier gewoon, nog voor die oorlog het begin. O, bring my terug na die ou Transvaal, daar waar my sorry woon. Daaronder in die milies, by die groen doringboom, daar woon my sorry Marie.
How's that?
Oh, that was brilliant. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
Okay,
Yanni,
thank you for Sorry, Marie. So that will go into the medley definitely. It is actually in the current video, I think.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
It is, yes. And then
Just a bit more up tempo.
Yanni says, IDD Witboskraai.
I die witborskraai.
Okay.
Ja,
Ai, die witborskraai, hier vandaan na Mosselbaai, hoog gevlieg en laag geswaai, by die grootsee omgedraai.
Lekker!
We should have done this in the first hour. My goodness. Let's see. Now here's what's the username says. Bring my terug naar die Transvaal. Yeah, okay, die Transvaal.
Transvaal, yes. I did that.
Yeah.
Daar waar we saw what's going on.
No, I'm just saving the roses.
And then Dagaboy says yodel songs in Afrikaans like Ox, die Dritten, Franse Lang, and die Meyerhofner.
Yeah. Just say that again, Chris.
Yeah, sorry, it's the Afrikaans pronunciation. So
No,
he
it's
says,
fine.
He says like yodel songs in Afrikaans like Ox, die Dritten, Franse Lang, and die Meyerhofner. Okay, well, thank you, El Jezelle. That's beautiful.
I'm battling to hear you because of her now. Wil jy vir ons sing?
Sing. Sê.
Oh, now you're shy.
But we really enjoy people suggesting the folk songs. I really hope they can give one or two more. Hopefully Giselle will know it.
Oops, I got behind here. Henk says, tell Johan, blink stare from the Kalahari Orks is the idea for a medley. My disregard is to call it folks dance. He's mixing Afrikaans and English, and I can't understand either.
But yeah, I can't see the chat here on this side.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'll try to read it slowly and see if it
Okay.
makes sense to you. It says, from Henk, he says, tell Johan, and he puts in quotes, blink stare, S-T-E-R, blink stare from the Kalahari Orks is an idea for a medley.
Is an idea for a
Is
medley.
to call it a folk dance. Okay, I'm not really sure where he's going with that.
Okay, what I'll do, I'll check the chat after the show and then I'll respond to that. Yeah, because it's important to me. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, cool. Yanni's loving the music. Oh, look at these comments. Wow, clapping hands, big smiles all over the place for Giselle singing.
Give us more. Give us more.
Jason's like, come on,
Only
Chris,
way to get her
this
singing.
is beautiful. Okay, well, like I said, we should have done this in the first hour. My goodness. It's epic fail, major failure on the part of the host not to make you sing in the first hour. Okay. So Get You Online Lynn says, so beautiful, she's crying. Oh my goodness. Wow. Yanni says, oh wow, Chris, lighters up like a concert, you know, the encore. And then, I guess now everybody uses their mobiles. They put the light on the mobile instead of using a lighter anymore, which is great because when you hold the lighter at a concert, your finger starts to burn after a minute or two. It's kind of frustrating.
Oh, you've done it, Chris. You have experience. Was it at a rap concert?
No. I've actually never. Well, I have been to a rap concert, but no, I've been going to concerts since 1982. My first one was Michael Stanley Band, which is another example of a fantastic, really talented group that never made it all that big. They actually had a couple top 10 hits in America, like He Can't Love You, which was in the top 10, and a couple others. And then one of their later albums, they had a big song called My Town. But the Michael Stanley Band outsold the Rolling Stones. They outsold who's all the other ones? All the big bands. They would play at this big music festival called Blossom near Cleveland.
Yeah.
And Blossom is a huge music festival, and they would always outsell. They have the record for the most tickets sold for them. They were so popular in the Midwest. And I had honestly never heard of them in high school, and I was in college, and they had a concert coming. And so I had my first experience of ever sitting in line 2 days before a concert, waiting for concert tickets, which was insane.
Incredible.
And I did
It's
that.
like Giselle concerts.
Trading places with people, and then eventually getting the tickets. And I had a really good seat, and they were amazing. I went out and bought every Michael Stanley Band album that came out after that. I've remained a huge fan of them ever since then. But so I've actually did the lighter, encore sort of thing. But now everybody just uses their mobile. They flash the lights to try to get. It's just lazy. The 21st century, It's just too easy. Millennials have life easy. All they have to worry about is fake COVID-19 and the lockdown.
Yes, you can say that again.
So we've got Olaf is saying Oxe die Drieten, Austrian children. Huh?
Say again.
Oxe, O-S-C-H-E, D.
Onze.
No, not ons. That's not Onse. It's O-S-C-H-E, die Drieten, Austrian children. I don't know what that is.
Oeste Dritten.
Yeah. Okay. There you go.
Is that what it says?
Yes, that's what it says. Yes.
Oh yes, the yodel.
Yes.
Oh yes, we love them. We love them. I actually want to bring them to South Africa if I can. They are the best.
Okay, and then well, now that I know this is in German, I can pronounce it properly. Franz Lange from Austria, from Österreich. So he says Franz Lange. Okay, I thought these were Afrikaans musicians, and I thought I was butchering it. Agro says he loves the Michael Stanley Band. Well, there you go. I'm not the only one that's heard of Michael Stanley Band. They are amazing. Dagaboy says, take inspiration from German, Austrian, Swiss folk music. Please include yodeling if you can yodel. Okay. Michael Stanley Band, He Can't Love You Like I Love You. He can't love you like I love. Anyway, I'm a terrible singer, so we're not going to subject.
Chris.
No, not even close. You're being too kind. Yanni says, okay, now this is a word always get. Okay, so Jay and Leonie, I think it's Jay and Leonie may have that song, Da Fatai. Da Fatai, you know that song?
Dar Fatai.
Yeah. That is awesome. I love the video. I love the music. It's hilarious. But the reason I mention that is because Yanni says, "Vat you goed en trek Ferrara."
Vat je goed en trek. Ja, okay.
Vat je goed en trek Ferrara, vat je goed en trek. Vat je goed en trek Ferrara, vat je goed en trek. Zwaar dra aan de een kant, zwaar dra aan de een kant. Zwaar dra aan de een kant, vat je goed en trek.
There we go.
Wow. Okay, that's brilliant. Anyway, so let me ask you guys this question because I can never. What does Da Fatai mean? From Jay and Leonie May, the song Da Fatai.
Da Fatai. What was the question?
No,
Sorry.
it's my question.
Baby was making noises.
No, it's my question. Nothing to do with the request from the audience. I don't know what that means in Afrikaans. Da Fatai.
Dar Fatai. Okay, I can explain that.
Because it's colloquial usage. It's not proper usage of the word.
Yes. Fat, in this case, fat meaning take, but in this case, it can be translated with start, like starting a car.
Yeah.
Okay. And Dar Fatai means, okay, it finally starts.
Okay.
So the joke here is on a part of, I would say, the Johannesburg community. Since I live in Pretoria, I'm going to say the a part of, where people will, if you drive past the house, you will see a car standing with the bonnet open and busy working there, trying to get the car started, and then finally it starts, and that's what the song is about, Da Fatai, Yeah. But That's one part of the story. The other part of the story is when a party is really, really kicking in, like this stream now, and it's picking up speed, then we say the same thing, Dalfate.
Dafatai. Okay, that's what I thought. I got that. I inferred that meaning from it, but I couldn't translate the words in my head because I had never used it in a context. So I figured out from that. But okay, that's cool. Because I love the video. You know, the guy who's a fanboy is, he gets the tickets to go to their performance and he goes there and it's pretty cool. Yeah, I really like that. Yeah. So there's another one here from, this one's from Wesley Young. And, he's talking to Yanni. I'm going to butcher this. Jij gaan home in Berote Gemet al die Afrikaans. I don't know what he's saying there. I butchered it. Sorry about that, guys. I'm sure that was entertaining for those.
Do it again, Chris.
Oh, my goodness. Jij gaan home in Berote Gemet al die Afrikaans. Anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, anyway.
I agree.
Then Agro, whatever it said. And then Agro translated Dafatai, but he said Dafatai, but it's Dafatai for the song I'm talking about, as off like a rocket.
It's the same, it's just slang,
off like a rocket. And that's kind of what I thought it was, taking off like a rocket. Okay, so got it.
Yeah.
And Jason Renick says, sing Micey, please. She's off the stage right now, so maybe she'll come back.
And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Jezelle.
And there she is, she's back.
Micey.
Yeah.
Goodness.
Not an easy request.
Ek kan nie so onthou gaan meisie.
It's been 2 decades.
Oh, wow.
Meisie, jy's deel van my lewe. Mooiste meisie, wat sê dan? Van verlange baan. Dis die eerste keer in my lewe wat ek dit sing. Meisie, ek voel jou, ek bewe. Is dit wat dit sê? Mooiste meisie. I don't even know the lyrics.
That's all right. That was pretty good. Oh, she wants that microphone. She did. She tried a lyric. There you go. Now, somebody says you're going to give
Chris,
him a
but you used to sing too, didn't you?
I did, but and actually, not to boast, I was actually pretty good. But that was in the choir at church, and then puberty hit, and my voice went along with puberty. So I after puberty, I never did quite get the voice was gone. I couldn't sing anymore. But before puberty, I actually sang pretty well. And I love singing, but I have zero talent. Actually, probably if there's a meter that goes below 0, I'm below 0. I can't sing at all.
Oh, well, I heard you singing a minute ago, and it was really good. It's surprisingly good.
It's interesting because I really detest, well, I don't detest, but I never really got the karaoke thing. And then a couple of years ago, I went to a conference in Garmisch, which is a place where in the Alps where the Olympics were in 36, the Winter Olympics, huge skiing location and whitewater rafting, things like that. Anyway, the Americans have a resort there for the service members to rest and relax. And they hold a lot of conferences there. So I went there for a conference, and I'd never, ever done karaoke. And I always put my nose up when I saw karaoke. I'm like, because most people just howl, they're terrible at it. And I'm like, that's embarrassing. Yeah. But I was invited to go out towards the end of the conference with a bunch of the people who were there. And a lot of them I'd known because they know me at my time being stationed in Africa or at the Africa Command. And some of them were still around. Plus, those who work for us in the embassies in Africa would go to this conference. So like, oh, come on out, it'll be karaoke. I'm like, ugh. And I decided to go just because people I knew were there. So I went, and I started watching people perform the karaoke, and I'm like, actually, it's not as bad as I thought it was. Now, to be fair, I had 2 glasses of Weizen at this point, so that probably had something to do with changing my view on it. But I said, oh, you know what? If they want a karaoke, I'm gonna surprise them. So it's of course in a German bar, so they have all the top American songs, but they also have German songs. So there's a song by Klaus Lage from back in the early 1980s called Tausend und eine Nacht. And I said, well, let me do it. So I put it in, and then the lyrics come up, and I start singing. And I get the lyrics a little bit wrong, but it's something like this. Die Welt ist der bloß den abends von Treiben, Riesbanyan, wir wollten nur bleiben. Anyway, I get it wrong. So it's just hilarious. And I knew the words, and of course you see them. I got all the words right. And the Germans,
on the screen.
The Germans were going nuts. They all turned and they thought some German was singing because, of course, my German accent and when I have the lyrics in front of me, I can actually sing them at the cadence it's supposed to go because it dances along. And I was loving it. It was so great. It was so cool. I wound up doing 2 more songs in German after that. And all the Germans were coming over trying to buy me beer and hang out with me because they knew I was an American. It was kind of funny.
Wow.
Yeah. But it's a song. It's a song about Klaus Lager, who was kind of big in Germany in the early 1980s. The Klaus Lager Band. He had this song called "1,001 Nights," and what it was about is this guy and this girl. They were childhood friends, and they just kind of hung out. And then one night, after puberty, of course, the lightning goes off, and suddenly, ooh, it's a different meaning. We're not just friends anymore, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
So anyway, yeah.
Well, Chris, okay. That's I'm glad I asked that question.
So Daga Boy says, if you guys record music in Pretoria, try out Lemon Jack Studios. You probably
Oh,
know what
yes,
that
we
is.
know Lemon Jack very well.
Okay.
Yeah, we know Lemon Jack Studios. We love Lemon Jack Studios. Yeah, Giselle actually, a long time ago, I think, gave singing lessons there for a short period. Yeah, but no, we know Lemon Jack.
Well, that's cool. Yeah. No, but anyway, so I don't have a newfound respect for karaoke, but at least I get it now. It's kind of like NASCAR racing. I never got it. Then I went to NASCAR racing last year, and I heard the sound. I kind of get why people are into it now. I understand why people like karaoke. I still am not a fan, but I actually enjoyed that evening. But it's probably not something I'll partake in again anytime soon.
Chris, we spoke about it earlier today with one of our staff members. I guess this goes for all industries, but in the music industry, we do what we do because we love music, we love entertainment, we love whatever, But the moment you start doing this as a job, it becomes a job. The hobby becomes a job. And we would rehearse and have this big build-up to a big show, and then we travel all the way there, do the show, and then we have to travel back or travel to the next show. And then we realize that after a while, we don't listen to music in the car anymore. After a show, when we get in the car, the radio's off, and it's dead quiet. You know what I'm getting at? So the moment a hobby becomes a job, we don't listen to music for fun anymore. The moment when we listen to music, we listen to how is the production done, listen to the harmonies, listen to this, listen to that, and it takes the entertainment value out of the thing, and that goes for karaoke. Karaoke is a fun thing that people do for entertainment, at parties, wherever. But for us in the industry, karaoke is the last thing that we want to do because it's work. It's like taking a professional golfer for a golfing holiday, Okay, maybe they'll enjoy that. That's a bad example. You know what I mean?
I get what you mean. So Slot has said, let her sing Sage Marais. She already sang that, Slot. You must have missed it. You'll have to watch it after the stream is over. And then Hendo said, singing and conversing in other people's language breaks the ice very easily. People respect you for trying. Absolutely. That's one of the reasons why I speak 6 languages, because I've always made an effort to learn at least some of the language in a place I was at. And if I were to add the little bit of Italian that I speak, you could throw a 7th language in there, but it's not enough to claim it. So, and then oftentimes you can use a 2nd language in a place where you can communicate. So it was funny, I was in Japan for the Rugby World Cup, and the Japanese, you would think they speak English. They do not. They do not. I would say 5% of the Japanese I met, even in places like Yokohama and Tokyo, actually speak English to any degree of proficiency. Not proficient, but any degree. It's really surprising how
Chris,
few.
do you mean they don't speak it, or do you mean they can't speak it?
They don't. They don't. No, they don't. They don't even learn it, most of them. So few Japanese that I met, I'm talking from all walks of life, not business people. They don't speak English at all. And I was a bit surprised by that. I thought the Japanese learned English in school and it was something that they use. But if they're learning it, they don't speak it. So I was in Yokohama, and I was really confused by the train track I was supposed to be on, and time was short. Yeah. And sometimes you have trains come every 60 seconds, and if you get the wrong one, you wind up in the wrong place. Yeah. So I'm asking people, and they can't communicate with me, and I feel really bad because all the languages I speak, I can't communicate. And finally, I stopped someone, and I said, "Do you speak English?" And he said, "No." And he said to me, "Do you speak French?" Is it Japanese? I'm like, "Yeah." So we had a conversation in French, and he explained to me how to get on the right train and where to stand on the platform, and he helped put me in the right spot. So it's just funny. But the point that Hendo is making is, if you go to the trouble to learn someone's, at least a little bit of their language, it's always appreciated and it's always helpful. It's kind of cool.
Chris, this reminds me, when I lived in Taiwan for a while, back then, this was 20 years ago, English was nearly non-existent there. Now it's much more more people speak it now. But back then, I remember I walked into a shoe shop, and I was at the time trying my best to learn the language. So but even to start with basic words, like just to ask, "Hello, how are you? How much is this? No, it's too expensive." That kind of thing.
Yeah.
But at that specific time, I knew nothing about the Chinese language, Mandarin, yet. And I walked into the shop, and the shop owner, the Chinese person, saw me being Caucasian, and he assumed that I'm English, and he sent his little daughter, she must have been roughly 6 years old, obviously learning a bit of English in school, to assist me. And she came to me and she said, if you need help, ask me. And to me it was like, wow, this little Chinese girl came to me and offered to help me in English. And I just didn't know what to say. I was impressed. And she repeated. She said, "If you need help, just ask me." And I said, "Okay, how much for this shoe?" And she said, "If you need help, just ask me." And I realized that's the only sentence that she knew.
Yeah.
But now things did change in the meantime. And we were there about 2 years ago again, Gisele and I, and it's very, very English. We found English everywhere. So things did change in Taiwan, at least.
So it's interesting, when you do learn other languages, you can still be humbled, and because there's so many languages in the world. So an example is, I was in Uganda a few years back when I worked there, and we went there. Something called Teresita, if I got the word correct, but it's a campaign in which the Ugandan People's Defense Force every year spends 2 weeks in which they go out into the communities and they do services for local communities. It's kind of their way of paying it back, because when they were a guerrilla movement trying to overthrow the government, they got support from the countryside and from people, which helped sustain them, and so they could overthrow a corrupt government. Anyway, so they do this every year for 2 weeks. Well, we fund some of the activities, the U.S. government, that they do. So, for instance, we do a lot of medical programs for them. And in order to see how our money was being spent and make sure it was going to the benefit of people, I would travel out to places. So I went to the southwest part of Uganda, down on the border with the Congo, which is close to where President Museveni is from. Went out to a remote village. And what I'm going to tell you is the story is about language, but also about how you can watch people's reactions. So I was there, and what happened was we went out, and I'm in fatigues in my camouflage uniform, along with UPDF soldiers, and we're at a local clinic, which is very poorly resourced, but we're providing some counseling and testing for HIV and some other services like hepatitis, things like that. Anyway, so what's happening is I go out there, and the people who are there don't speak Buganda. I don't know what language they spoke, I don't recall, but it's a language I was totally unfamiliar with, hadn't even heard of. And so one of the soldiers was from the area, and so he was my interpreter. I don't usually need an interpreter almost anywhere I go because I can speak enough languages, and I've been interviewed in French, interviewed in German, and I've so I'm usually comfortable. With the exception, of course, be things like Afrikaans or Tswana. I can only get so far. Anyway, so usually I can get by. But what happened was he was my interpreter, which is unusual for me. I've been an interpreter for others, but rare to have an interpreter. So what happens is I started telling my story on what I was telling people. I said, listen, folks, you may think that here's this guy, a soldier, and these other soldiers, Ugandans, and myself, an American, coming from far away, and we have nothing in common. But you might be surprised to discover, and so I paused, and then I let the guy interpret. So I got to watch the faces of all the people as he turned my English into the local language. So some of them could understand a little bit what I said, so you can see it when you're talking. I guess the point I'm getting at is that when you have an interpreter and you get to watch people's reactions, you really get a better chance to see how they're engaging or not understanding or understanding. So I continued the conversation. I said, you might be surprised to learn, for instance, that we have more in common than you realize. And people are like, kind of skeptical, like, yeah, right. And I said, well, for instance, I suspect many of you don't have plumbing in your homes, and so you use an outdoor privy. And they're like, yeah. And you probably don't have consistent or reliable access to electricity. Yeah. And you may have to walk long distances to get water from a cistern or from a well or from a creek. Yeah. I said, well, that's how my high school years were. We had no electricity. I fetched water. Well, we ran generators, but we didn't have commercial power. I fetched water from a cistern to bathe and to cook with. And but the point is I live in the same kind of circumstance. And I use an outhouse. We don't call them outdoor privies, we call them outhouses. Yeah. And you should have seen the astonished looks on their faces of these Ugandans from this strange Mzungu white guy coming from around the world. And what is he talking about? How do people live like that? I thought only we live that way. My point is that using an interpreter was an interesting experience because I could really see the reaction in their faces as he translated. I don't know what he was saying, but I knew what he was saying because I'd said it, and based on the reaction, I knew exactly what he said because you see that moment in time. Just a fascinating experience, and it also humbles you. I don't speak that language, so I had to get help.
Yeah, but Chris, you remind me now of load shedding, because that kind of was the situation in South Africa.
Yeah.
We just went back to our roots, we had to make plans and make things work. We are lucky. We've been off the grid electricity on solar power for the past, 5 years or so. But I mean, all our neighbors around us, I saw them making plans just to get basic things working again. And you described your high school years now and the living conditions of people up in Africa. I mean, take electricity away and we are pretty much back to that.
Well, you take electricity away, we're living in the Stone Age. People lose sight of that.
Yeah.
One of the problems with why so many countries are underdeveloped in Africa is because inconsistent, reliable electricity. I mean, think about this. I lived in countries where the power surges from 220 to 260, and it burns out their televisions, their chargers for their mobile phones, and you have nothing. Just because of that. That's a tremendous loss. And the productivity loss, look at South Africa. Its economy is in the tank in part because of ANC policies, but also because of the inconsistent and unreliable supply of electricity, which has been catastrophic to economic development. We're getting into politics. I didn't mean to do that, but yeah, that's it's kind of there. So there's a comment over here real quick, guys. Get You Online, Lynn says, also love Rina Hugo, Edith Piaf, and Andre Rieu. You know those guys?
Yeah. Yes. Okay, Giselle, back to you. You're going to do Rina Hugo now.
Oh nee, okay, daai.
Hoor jy my stem, hoor jy sê.
Ooh, nee.
Anyway, welcome back.
I don't know how long work.
Yeah, and I also love Rina Hugo, I should say it like that. I'm into English now. Rina Hugo's son is actually a very good friend of ours, and
whoops, looks like we got it frozen there. Connection. We lost them, guys. Connection dropped off. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I've lost them. I'll see if they come back. Listen, we'll see if they come back in a moment. I'll give them a chance to come back in just a moment here. But this is Chris talking to you from Central Pennsylvania on what has become quite a long stream here. That was not the intent, ladies and gentlemen. I hope we haven't bored you with this. My special guest today on the regular Saturday show, which is the longest Saturday show I've had yet, has so far been Jezelle, the Namibian singer who lives in Pretoria, sings folk music, country music, and English and Afrikaans, as well as Afrikaans pop music. And her manager and husband, Johan Yssel, who were both with me just a moment ago, but the connection froze up. I don't know if that's due to load shedding or brownouts, whatever we're calling it in South Africa these days. But they've been fantastic guests. For those just tuning in, thanks for tuning in. This has been a marathon session, not my longest stream ever. I think 4 hours is the record. Not that I'm trying to set a record, but the conversation was going so well. It was so interesting. People kept asking really lovely questions that we kept going. And if they can call back in, what we'll do is we'll get them in for a few more minutes, and then I'll play some music on the way out. But let me see if we can get them back. I'm going to give them a chance to call back for just a couple minutes. But folks tuning in, thank you so much for really coming in, enjoying the stream. I know I'm intruding on other people's streams right now, which is not my intent, because I know some of my loyal subscribers are fans of other channels, so my apologies if I kept you from that. If you have to go, please do, but please feel free to stay. You can always watch my stream or other streams later. So Dagaboy says, maybe an idea for a song for Giselle is Was wollen wir trinken, but just in Afrikaans, but try to keep the notes the same. Wat zal ons trinken? Yeah, that's good. I like that. Sound quality just dropped. Yeah, that's because I lost the connection on Skype. So hopefully these guys, I'm going to try to call them back and see if they're there. But I suspect I won't be able to reach them. The last time they dropped off, I wasn't able to reach them. So we'll see if we get them back in just a moment, ladies and gentlemen. But let me take a look and see. So we are currently looking at, it says he's not online. I think they may have lost power. Funny, we were talking about electricity, and it looks like they might have actually lost the power there. That's an odd one. But yeah, so you've tuned in on my Saturday show. On Friday, coming up this week, I'll have a special guest, Toyin Usemere, who's a Nigerian-American businesswoman who runs the Trade with Africa program. She's a former Walmart executive. We're going to talk about trade on Friday. And then on Tuesday, I will have Renee Kruger, who's a South African Boermeisie. I'm going to talk about South African culture, and that should be a fascinating discussion. No, it's not Tuesday, Monday. Oh, here they come. They're coming back. All right. So, whoops. Okay, here we go. I lost them for a moment there. See if I get them back. But yeah, so I will have Renee Kruger on my program, not on Tuesday, but on Monday. On Tuesday, I will be on Conscious Characters program, and that should be interesting, hopefully. Folks, let's see. Lynn says she has such an awesome voice, so much better than watching drunk people. Okay. There we go. Guys, are you back?
We are back, Chris. I'm just not sure on which camera.
Okay, hang on a second. Let me get you back in the stream here because people can't hear you. Are
we on this camera or that one?
I don't know which camera you're on. I see Giselle's holding the microphone. I can tell that much.
Am I looking at the camera now or am I looking at the camera now?
Now you're looking down.
Okay, so now I'm looking at the camera.
Okay, so it is that camera. Okay, excellent. Well, you're
so
back.
on the big camera. Okay, that's good. Okay.
What is this? Why you guys abandoning me? I had to hold the show all on my own. It was so challenging for me.
That's why we only work with professionals, Chris.
Okay.
Chris, I just wanted to add, I can't remember what we were talking about before. Yeah, I just want to say, Rian is a great guy. I love him. But when I wanted to, I just want to come back to a previous subject when we were talking about the languages. When I was in Taiwan, I did my best to learn the Chinese language of Mandarin, but I tried my best. I bought books for their, that they use, that their kids use to learn to write and all of that, but nothing worked for me. But I kept on trying. And then one day I remember I got into a taxi and I could help myself with basic words like I could say my address so the taxi could know where to take me, things like that, and hello and bye and thank you. But then the taxi driver, he greeted me and I replied and he asked me where I'm from and I said I'm from South Africa. And he said, why are we in Taiwan? I said, no, we're working, performing in a show. And he asked me, okay, where's the show? I told him, no, it's at this specific theme park. And I'm a magician. And I told him about the show. And he asked me questions and I replied. And then I realized, hey, I'm busy having a conversation in Chinese without thinking. So the moment I stopped trying, I just clicked in. And since then, I was okay, So I think the one thing about language is you have to, ask, what is this, what is that, start thinking in the language. But the best way is to talk the language. That's my opinion.
No, I agree with you. And it's funny because you get to a point in a language in which you don't even realize it's actually part of you. It's not something you're speaking, it's part of you. So for me, that was early on, probably about 6 months after I started learning German back in the 80s. I started dreaming in German. That's how far I'd gotten advanced at that point. And when you dream in a different language, that's a whole other experience. And so then you know that it's part of you. It's not just something you're doing. So let me see. There's a comment over here. I don't think we're going to get this, but fan number 2, Jason, once again says, do I think we'll be able to get Gisele to show us her favorite dance moves? I think we'll save that for a live performance and not today.
That is actually in your.
Thanks for saving me.
And that's for the next stream.
Yeah, exactly.
But that is kind of in your live show. Did Jason watch the show by any chance?
I have no idea. In fact, Jason, since you claim to be, I claim that you're the number two fan because El Gisele is number 1 fan, so we can't make you number 1. But you should go watch the stream. She does dance, and she has some dance moves in there, both live and in the videos, of course. So it's pretty cool. Let's
Did
see.
you see her moonwalk?
No, I've not seen her moonwalk. No, don't do it. Don't do it. She's embarrassed. Don't do it now. We're not going to do that.
Her dad is actually the moonwalker, and he's an Afrikaans boer farmer. You must see him moonwalk with his velskoen and hat.
That would be interesting. So Margarethe Koch is in the chat. She's here, and she said thank you, or she's enjoying the chat. I'm glad you are. So fantastic. At this point, we're just the last hour and a half or so. We've just been, it's like sitting around at a braai. We're almost at a braai, except there's nothing to eat. That's the bad part, and nothing to drink. But it's kind of like we're just having a braai. The Saturday braai with Gisele and Johan. That's what's going on now.
Lekker, ne? Lekker in Pretoria. Chris, I want to know, where is Jason from? If Jason can tell us, it will be nice to know.
Yeah, Jason, please let us know where you're from.
Actually, if everybody can tell us where they're from, it will be nice to know where people are tuning in from.
Everybody who's on there that's willing to let us know, go ahead and in the chat, just go ahead and say where you're from or where you're living, not necessarily where you're from, and then we'll we'll share that. I'll share that and read it out to him. Yanni, once again, has shared the live lockdown concert. Yanni, you're still here. I made Yanni a moderator. He's fantastic. I really appreciate him. He's a lot of fun. He and Reese are really wonderful. So thanks. So while you guys were gone, I mentioned that on Monday I'll be having a special feature live stream with Renee Kruger. I don't know if you know who she is. She used to be a friend or affiliated with Willem Petsa. And so she did some videos online talking about being a Boermeisie and about Afrikaans culture. And so I asked her to come on, but I asked through Willem, because I sent an email to her and it was just like to a corporate email, and she's not affiliated with it anymore. It's on her YouTube, so she never changed it. Anyway, so I didn't get a response, and I asked Willem about it, and so he gave me her contact information. I felt a little odd reaching out to her, but eventually I did because there wasn't a response. And she got back with me in the last day or so, and she's happy to come on. We're going to do it Monday. I haven't set the time yet. And we're going to talk about her view as a Boermeisie, because, Gisele, you're my first female guest on the program. So, yeah, I'm trying to lower the testosterone level a little bit and balance things out a bit here. So we'll have Renee on Monday, and then next Friday I'll have, of course, Toyin, who's she's from Nigeria. So that'll balance things out a little bit. But, it's there are differences between men and women, whether we like to admit it or not. And people look at the world differently based on gender. So anyway, not that this was a gender studies course today. It definitely hasn't been that. It's about your music. But my point is that I just wanted to balance the channel out a little bit and get other people's views in here. So, all right, so we got some of the places coming in, but let me get back up here. People keep asking about, what's your favorite Celine Dion song? Do you have one, Gisele?
Goodness.
I don't like Celine Dion, so I'll just say that up front.
For a vocalist like Giselle, I think Celine Dion will always be someone to look up to.
Probeer nou dink. Wat is die liedjie? I'm not crazy about her her latest album. I know it's not her song, but what was it called? There were nights when the wind was so cold. That one.
Yeah.
I love that. Yeah, but there are so many.
Blank now.
She's so good. She's so good.
So Hank Pretorius said, well, I have a bias because I hated that stupid Titanic movie. Spoiler alert, the boat sinks. Anyway.
Giselle's got a very interesting Titanic story about her grandmother. You tell the story.
Nee, vertel hom.
We can hold that for another stream. She doesn't have to tell it now.
No, but her grandmother phoned us actually, and she said, and it was quite recently, in the last year or so, saying that her grandmother and a couple of friends also, because her grandmother actually got married at the age of 80.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
But this was
Is she planning
just
on
before
children?
that. Right?
Is she planning on children, her grandmother?
No,
No, you
her
said she got married.
husband.
No, you said she got married at 80.
Her
You said, is she
husband, we
planning on
loved him, but he passed away shortly after.
Sorry.
But at the next wedding, maybe. Anyway, just before she got married, she had some friends over, and they wanted to watch Titanic. Can you believe it? It was quite recently, and it was so funny. She phoned us. She said it was a big flop because we wanted to know how did it go. You know, this video party of, and she said no, it was terrible. It didn't work. They had this videotape and they put it in. And the movie started, and then the ship sank, just like that. There was no movie, so they rewinded the thing again. They started watching, and the movie started, and then the ship sank. So they couldn't watch the movie. The movie wasn't on there.
Oh my goodness, that's a shame.
But I mean, that's how the movie starts. You know, the ship sink, and then they tell the story.
Yeah, no, it's no, I didn't like the movie, but mostly because all these people kept, what, you haven't watched the movie? Oh my God, I've watched it 6 times. It's so amazing. And then I watched the movie, and of course I was disappointed because not only do I know how the thing ends, but then I get irritated because the guy's too stupid to hang onto the raft. He just lets go and drowns. And then at the end of the movie, she throws this priceless sapphire back in the ocean. I just want to choke her, Anyway. So, all right, well, let's lately update, folks. People have said where they're coming in from. So Hank Pretorius says language in Japan was difficult. He also attended the Rugby World Cup in Yokohama, South Africa versus the All Blacks. I agree with Johan. It was part of the adventure. I found the Japanese are very something people. I think he meant to be very good, very nice people. Yeah, I was also at that game, and I had a really good seat because I was above the try line on the, I guess, north side of the stadium, which is where most of the action was in the first and second half. So it was really good. I really enjoyed it. I didn't enjoy the outcome because the All Blacks won, but let's see. Olaf has some biltong. Stop that, Olaf. That's not fair. I have no biltong. Yanni says Sunning Hill, Johannesburg.
Around the corner from us.
Okay.
Salute.
Wesley's in Pretoria North.
Good to know.
Hendo is a Cape Tonian exiled in the UK.
Oh, also very good to know.
Keith Alderson is in Coventry in the UK.
Wow.
Get you online. Lynn is in Nottingham Road in KZN. Sloot is in Smithfield in the Free State.
Oh, wow, that's nice to know.
Dagaboy is in Potchefstroom at the moment. Normally he's in Joburg.
But die mooie rivier.
I assumed that Dagaboy was out in the marijuana patches somewhere. Anyway, it's just my thoughts. But Dagaboy. So Olaf is in Pinelands, Cape Town.
Okay.
And now the question, it started all this. Jason Renneke is from Meyerton. We'll wait for the beauty Giselle at Barnyard for Einigen.
Okay.
That was the enige comment.
Oh, that was Jason.
Yes.
Okay, Jason, you organize the show. Let us know. We'll be there.
All right, there you go. It's a date, guys. And so Margaretha Koch is in Nelspruit in Mpumalanga.
Oh, I grew up 60 k's from there in Sabi.
Hank Pretorius is and Bo's son in Laos. He's in Laos, in South Asia.
Wow.
And then Hendo says, damn, South Africans gone global. Folks, they've been gone global for a long time. Olaf says, we're taking over the world. Well, you don't have quite enough of you to take over the world, but you can certainly influence it. They've frozen again. Look at that. All right, guys, what we're going to do here is I'll give them a chance to call back in, and then we're going to wrap up because they got cut off again. Let me freeze that camera so you guys are not staring at them. Hope that's my camera. Sorry about that. Yeah, they dipped off. Obviously, there's a connection problem there. Anyway, so we're going to wrap up here very shortly, folks. Thank you all so much for tuning in today. I want to get them back on so it doesn't just end that way, so we can say so long, and then also I'll play a song, music video from Giselle on the way out the door. But yeah, so there's the vagaries of technology, and I don't know if it's their Wi-Fi or their network or what's going on. They do have a reliable power source because they put their own power system in with solar, so that's not the problem. Anyway, but thank you all so much for tuning in today. It's been wow. Somebody mentioned Giselle's getting tired. I'm getting tired. It's been a long stream here. I've gone for nearly 4 hours. We're going to end it here shortly. But thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you all for subscribing to the channel. If you're not a subscriber, feel free to go ahead and subscribe to the channel. We've grown as a community by leaps and bounds in a very short period of time. Just checking now, 2,240 subscribers. Thank you all so much for that. It's really cool to see people come in and join us on this. And it's just really rewarding. Normally on the Saturday topic, the Saturday stream, we talk about a topic of a business or political interest, and we've covered in the past small-scale commercial farming in Ghana, national security in the Lake Chad Basin in Nigeria. We've also done security sector reform in Liberia, tobacco farming in South Africa, and today we're doing Giselle, talking about her music and her career, and I hope you've enjoyed the stream. I hope that it's been something that you find interesting. And please share this with your friends. I know it's 4 hours, but just have them tune in for the first hour. The first hour was when we really focused a lot on answering questions that people were really interested in. And the rest of it, I think, has been very fascinating and interesting, too. We've had Giselle in the last hour or so do some a cappella songs and sing, which has been quite interesting. So I hope you've enjoyed that. I have. Let's see. Henda says, pleasure, been fun. Chat away from politics. Oh, you want me to start talking about politics? You know, I was actually going to do a stream. I was going to do a stream later today, but I've run into that stream, so I'm not going to do that. I was going to talk about politics, about the U.S., South Africa, what's going on. But I don't want to do that here on the stream that was about Giselle and her music and Johan. By the way, for those who weren't in the stream earlier, Johan Yssel is a magician and an illusionist. He's not just Giselle's manager and her husband, but he's also... Here they come. They're coming back. All right. All right. So are you guys there?
Yeah. back, I think. Can you hear us, Chris?
I can hear you, but I've got to get you back on the stream. Oops, no, they dropped off again. Oh, there you are. Okay, I got to get you back on the stream. So just a second.
Yeah,
I'll
we're
get you
on
there.
fiber internet. It's not supposed to be a problem. But
No,
for
but
some
there's
reason-
been trouble in South Africa across the board the last couple of days with the feeds coming in. So the data lines, there have been some challenges. So anyway, so
So we're
let me
still okay.
shrink myself down. All right, well, what I want to do, guys, here is so that we don't keep interrupting and getting that sort of thing. What I want to do is go ahead. We're at 3 hours and 48 minutes. Let's go ahead and wrap up. Get some final comments. Now that folks have told us where they're at, who are still in the stream, and then I'm going to play Giselle's Plekken die Zonne on the way out. So is
Thank
Giselle
you.
still there, or is she run off with?
She's here. She just went downstairs quickly. She'll be back in a second.
Okay, well, Wesley, let me read a few of the comments while we wait for her to come back.
Please, yeah.
And then Wesley Young says, Chris, thank you for a most interesting stream. Nothing to do with COVID and government refresh. Yeah, and by the way, so Johan, thanks. I mean, I've only mentioned COVID like 3 or 4 times in the stream, which is nice because it seems to be our lives these days. But yeah, this was refreshing to talk about something other than this nonsense taking place around us. So really, thank you guys for that. It was nice to have this stream, and really, I think it was wonderful. And the reason we've gone 4 hours is because you guys have been great guests, and it's been a lively chat, and the folks who are contributing to this have been really wonderful. So I'm so happy to. But thank you guys for agreeing to do this.
Thank you for having us, Chris, and thank you for the viewers staying tuned in. Wow, that's really important. Okay, Giselle is back.
All right, Giselle.
She just
So,
went for a
Okay.
evening exercise quickly, ran up the stairs 3 or 4 times quickly.
so here's the plan, Giselle. We're
Chris, what were
coming.
we talking about before we got cut off? Sorry.
No, we were
it was
talking
interesting.
about where people were from, and I think I'd just gotten to the end of where everybody was from. And then that was the last of the
Okay.
chat, so I mentioned it. When someone said that South Africans were all over the world. But Giselle, this is what we're going to do. It's at 3 hours and 50 minutes. We're going to end it at right about the 4-hour point. So what I want to do is get some final comments and thoughts from you guys, and then I'm going to say my farewells to everybody, and we'll play Plekken die Zonne, and that'll be the last thing, and it'll close out the show. But as I was telling Johan a moment ago, hey, listen, thanks, and people in the comments are just saying this too. This was so refreshing not to be talking about COVID-19 and politics and all the stuff that irritate us almost every second of the day. So it was really nice to get away from that, whether it's talking about, growing up in Namibia, or it's talking about how you made your videos or your music. And even now in the last hour, which I should have pushed for in the first hour, getting you to sing a cappella, that was pretty cool. But yeah, that was really cool. People really enjoyed that. But can you give us some of your final thoughts and just something you might want to say to those who are still listening?
You know what? I want to thank you, first of all, for supporting me and promoting my music, and then to everybody. I don't like the word fans, but to all my fans out there, people supporting me, that's better for me. I just want to thank everybody, because without them, I'm nothing. Not that like I'm something special, but yeah. So I just want to thank everyone for their support. I appreciate it so much.
Yeah, and thank you for all the coffee sales that came in. I see here since we started to stream. No CDs at all, but thank you.
Well, listen, maybe she's Mr. Calling. Maybe you need to sell coffee. But listen, Giselle, I appreciate your humility, but let's be honest here. I'm being honest from my end. Well, fans is short for fanatics, and I think Jason has proven what a fanatic is tonight. So, but
Thank you, Jason.
yes, but seriously, on a serious point, listen, if your music isn't big, if you aren't famous, you are still something. You're a mom, you're a wife, you're a daughter. You're making contributions to make people feel better. And whatever you do going forward from here, if you have great success or fair to middling success, or you're just playing in a smoky lounge all by yourself in 20 years, whatever happens in the future, you can know that people have been touched by your music, and it's really something that a lot of people have latched onto. So it's not that you're nothing without your fans or your fanatics, but you are something. So it was pretty cool to have you on the show, and I want to thank you guys for coming on, and I'm sure we'll have you back on again, but not for 4 hours.
Yeah, then we can do 5 hours.
Oh my God, Johan, he's clearly a manager, man. He's looking for airtime.
But Chris, thank you so much for having us. It's been a great evening. I can't believe it's been 4 hours.
And it's
Exactly.
been fun, eh?
It's crazy. I can't believe it's been 4 hours as well, but we're 3 hours and 52 minutes. So Yanni has just said, thanks for an awesome stream. Giselle and Johan was awesome. I'm going to correct him. There's Afrikaans to English. It's were awesome. No, I'm just teasing Yanni. But he says, Giselle and Johan were awesome. Giselle has an amazing voice. Yeah, I agree. I don't think anybody is disputing that in the whole stream. And then he put your website once again, giselle.co.za. He's put that in the link so people can get to it. And then Hank says, Chris, thank you. Please keep the Pete Retief beard. the chat was so refreshing. Shout out to Giselle and Johan. Yeah, no, listen, folks. Really, thank you all for the comments. Honestly, some of the shows I have to really stay focused and make sure that I'm getting the points that I think will make it interesting for viewers. And this one, it's really all came naturally. You guys have been great. You know, it's like I said, it's almost like we're having a braai, except where's my damn burger and steak at? I'm hungry now.
A cookout, Chris. You're in the USA.
No, that's so old fashioned. That's 1950s. We say barbecue these days.
Barbecue.
Oh, okay. Hey, you have to congratulate me at least on knowing that.
Well, yes, I will say, Johan, you were very much up on 1950s and 60s American vernacular. Good job.
Getting there. I'll take it as a compliment.
No, I'm just teasing. People do say cookout too, but a lot of us just say barbecue. So anyway, yeah, well, you guys have been fantastic. Thanks for being on. Listen, folks, please feel free to share with your friends, your family. If you know people that don't listen to Afrikaans, just share the site. Let them go check it out, listen for themselves. Songs are really inspirational, motivational. You know, I just happened to come across SiteFest just by happenstance, and I listened to it. I reached out. I went to the Facebook site. I did a Google search, and I couldn't find Giselle's website because Google can be very persnickety. But I did find the Facebook link. I went to the Facebook link, and then over on the side, by the way, you owe this to Johan or for Giselle for putting it there, but it said, you can now reach Giselle by WhatsApp. And I'm like, really? Okay, let's see if this is for real. So I typed a little WhatsApp message and said, hey, I'm in the States. I'm listening to this. It's a beautiful song. I love it. It's fantastic. And Johan was... I don't know if he thought maybe I was like from the CIA or something, but he questioned me. He wrote back and said, are you really an American? Anyway, so that started the conversation, and I dare I say a friendship that we have is growing from that point right there, which is really cool.
Yeah, really, and friendship is the right word. Thank you, Chris. You are the type of person that we really enjoy to relate with, and your type is hard to find. So thank you for that message. Chris, but I want to know, how did you stumble upon SiteFest? How did it happen? Were you busy listening to Afrikaans music, or did it come up?
Actually, I saw the video when I was looking through Afrikaans music and forgot about it. I didn't go play because I was busy.
Okay, so it does come up, because
no,
that's
it does
important for us
sometimes,
to know.
But I was looking for something about Namibia. I was researching something I was writing, and I did a search, and because of that link came in there. So, and then I'm like, oh, didn't I see this somewhere before? I started playing. I'm like, oh my God, this is amazing. This is so cool. If I could sing, I would want to sing like this. Of course, I can't sing. We know that. But anyway, yeah. So that's kind of how I came across it twice, and the second time was when I listened. So, yep.
Chris, and yeah, thank you for that. That's very valuable information. I mean, if you search for Namibia and SiteFest comes up, thank you. Yeah, wow, that's good to know. But Chris, I just want to mention something about your Piet Retief beard. I have to say this, and I have to put this out there. Chris made me get rid of my Piet Retief beard literally 8 minutes before the stream started.
Thank you so much, Chris. Thank you so much for that.
Chris said it's his trademark and I'm not allowed to have it. I must shave it off. And then the stream started.
To be fair, Johan, that was less a Piet Retief beard and more a bit of George Clooney, 2-day shave, gone astray.
Yeah, okay. But I was working on it.
Okay. All right, so kan Gisele braaibroodjies maak? You make braaibroodjies.
Braaibroodjies.
Braaibroodjies me. Yeah, don't go there.
All right.
Ja, ek kan braaibroodjies maak, ek kan koek bak, ek hou van kos maak.
Wow.
Ja.
Did you get that, Chris?
You can cook as well. That's amazing. That's good to hear.
Yes, I do.
Wow.
Yes.
Because your Afrikaans is very good.
Ah, No, I'm faking it, man. I'm faking it till I make it. I'm like I'm like the ANC. I'm faking it till I make it.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Giselle is very good in the kitchen. Braai broodjies is the least of it. Just like she bakes cakes and you name it. Especially this lockdown did very well for us. Really it did. Giselle literally baked 3-4 days a week. Not cooking, baking. Yeah.
Now, I just saw that Jason translated the Afrikaans into English because he was trying to help me out, but I'd already asked the question Afrikaans because I understood it. So yeah. Let's see. Yanni says, I thought he was talking about Jezelle was 1 in a million, but I think he said I'm 1 in a million. Well, thank you so much, Yanni. That's very kind of you. Anyway, so guys, look, I was going to say this. The funny thing about lockdown is that people would assume that people would get fat because they're sitting around not exercising, eating. But at the same time, in places like the U.S., we can't get fast food. So that's the stuff that makes us fat. So we're not, some of us aren't gaining any weight or losing weight. We're just kind of holding steady because we can't get fast food. And anyway, but
True.
Yeah. So listen,
No McDonald's.
Yeah, hey, well, listen, I think I've told this story before, but on my trips to Pretoria, one of my last stops on the way back to Botswana would always be at Rustenburg at the McDonald's by Waterfalls Malls, and I would fill up a cooler full of chicken McNuggets and burgers, take them back and put them in my freezer, and then I would have McDonald's for a few weeks.
Chris, so you drove from South Africa to Botswana regularly, I guess?
Yes, I did. I traveled from Gaborone down to Rustenburg frequently and off and on to Pretoria as well for business and for just weekends.
Now let's talk about this quickly. I want your opinion on the border post between. Which one did you use? Which border post?
Well, I've used a couple. The one that goes straight across from Zeerust. I can't think of the name of that off the top of my head.
Let's talk about that one.
I think it's by
Skydiving,
Ramotswa. Is it by Ramotswa? I think it is. But yeah.
Okay. Anyway, my question is, the border post Botswana side compared to South African side with that big traffic circle there, and what's your opinion on the money spent there?
On the money, well, I would give I'll give an opinion on the border post. I would say there, and it also at Tlokwane, which is Kopfontein, I think is the South African side, but it's Tlokwane. That's the one just adjacent to Gaborone. It's just right there.
Yes.
At both locations, the South African DIRCO employees are annoying, pompous, disrespectful, and are slow and lazy. Now, not all of them. Some of them are quite efficient, polite, and professional, but far too many of them are the things I described first. By comparison, a normal day, everybody has bad days, but a normal day, the Botswana officials are pleasant, helpful, and efficient and get things done very quickly. I've seen instances where the South African officials are lazy and don't bother scanning passports, and then nationals from Botswana return, and they're like, you've been in the country 5 years. You're now banned from being here because you've overstayed your welcome. No. I was here 2 months ago, and you didn't mark my passport. That's not my fault. Well, we scanned. You're not in the computer. So that sort of stuff is happening all the time. So I have real issues with the South African side. Although I've had some good experiences driving in from Botswana, especially at Tlokwane with South African officials. But usually that's when I greet them in Setswana or Tswana or Afrikaans, depending on who's there. That makes a big
difference, eh?
Yeah, it makes a huge difference, and then usually it's not a big deal. But even with diplomatic plates, when I was driving diplomatic plates, I would get, either curiosity or just held up just because it could hold you up sort of thing. Just frustrating.
Really?
It doesn't need to be that, yeah.
With diplomatic plates?
Oh, yeah. Now, I've
I
never...
wanted them all my life just to have an easier life, so it's not necessarily...
Well, let me tell you about diplomacy stuff. Okay, one of the things when you carry a diplomatic passport is that whenever you travel, if you're in a diplomatic posting, you're supposed to travel with your diplomatic passport. And people are like, yeah, but you're not, give me an example. I went to Europe for a conference, and I went to Ireland because I had been there in a while. So on a discount airline. I flew over there and then flew to the Isle of Man and back to London and back to Europe, and just to take a different trip. So I was on holiday for that portion of the trip, but official business prior to that. Now, I have to travel because I can't enter and exit the country on different passports. I have to use the same passport. And once I arrive in the country, I have official status, so I have the diplomatic passport. So the deal works with the Geneva, or not the Geneva Conventions, the Vienna Convention, which governs diplomatic ties and privileges and all that. You carry the passport in any country you're traveling on, whether it's official business or leisure travel. They're supposed to afford you the courtesies of a diplomat to expedite you so you're not delayed. Because here's the thing. If I'm accredited in South Africa, but I'm on holiday in Ireland, and they hold me up at the border post, and I'm supposed to be back in South Africa for diplomatic business, well, then they're delaying diplomacy. And as a courtesy. So anyway, so that, I'm just explaining all this in the background. So I took that trip. I went to Ireland. I got off the plane, and I had my diplomatic passport, and of course I had my military ID card because I was serving in my pocket. I go up, there's a major from the immigration services or customs, whatever it was, police or something like that, and they have a line for EU and non-EU. So you're like a beggar. You're put in the non-EU line. So I'm in the line with people from India, from China, from everywhere else, which there was none of them. It was just me that day. And then all these people go through the other line. Many of them are just migrants into Europe who, some of them have, permission to be there, but they're not European. Anyway, so they all go passing through in a matter of moments. I spent 45 minutes with this major from the Irish police. And I showed him my diplomatic passport, and he goes, he looked through and he goes, well, you're not accredited here. I said, no, I'm accredited in Africa. He goes, yeah, but you shouldn't be traveling on this. And I said, yes, I have to travel, and I can't re-enter the country on a different passport. That's a problem. He said, but you're on holiday. I said, yeah. Well, why are you here? Well, I thought I'd put a little money in your economy. You guys have had a little bit of trouble. I didn't quite say it like that, but anyway. Are you still there? Oh, they dropped off again. Oh, my goodness. Oh my goodness, that's really frustrating and annoying. All right, so I've lost them again. I'll finish telling the story for you guys, and then I'll tell it to them later. Anyway, so what happened was the Irish. Hang on a second there, guys. The Irish immigration official. And I'll tell you the worst border crossing in just a moment here. But the Irish official kept me there for about 45 minutes and asking me why I was traveling the country. And then I said, diplomat. And he said, what do you do? I said, I'm in the military. Well, why don't you show your military ID card? I said, well, you didn't ask for it. So I gave it to him. And all kinds of questions harassing me. And the bottom line is I wound up missing the buses that I was supposed to catch and got into town late. And it was just very frustrating. But diplomats don't quite have the rosy life that people think they have. You are afforded privileges and some courtesies in some places, and particularly in Africa. Usually immigration in Africa is much faster than it is for people who aren't diplomats. But that's not the case in America. When I came back to America with my diplomatic passport, they said, you're in the wrong line. I said, why? And they said, this is for diplomats from overseas. You're an American, you don't count. So I got in the long line with the Americans, even though I was on official business. Anyway, kind of funny stuff. But that's how it goes, folks. So that's just a little bit about that. I just finished that story so that we finish up the wrap up here. What I'm going to do is I don't want to play the music because they're probably going to call back in. I'll get them back in for just a moment, and then we'll wrap up because it sounds like they're having serious trouble with the connection on that end. But anyway, once again, thanks for tuning in, folks. Sloat, good to see you there. The worst border crossing I've ever had to go through to, I would say, is trying to get into Togo from Ghana. The border crossing on the road was, when I say worst, and that was as a diplomat too, but that was because people were trying to get bribes from me and I refused to pay it. So instead of getting through in 15 minutes, I spent about 3.5 hours there because I refused to pay a bribe. And it was very chaotic. And in the end, I paid someone, not an official, but a person to go up and who was willing to skip the line and not start a fight, because I would have started a fight if I did that. And I eventually got through, but just a few dollars, and it wasn't a bribe. It was just to get someone to expedite things. But yeah, that's the Togo border crossing. I'd say it's the worst because it was so chaotic. I had another experience going from Ghana to Cote d'Ivoire, in which I spent almost 3 hours at the border post because the Ghanaian official had lived in America, in Maryland, and I was born in America, in Maryland. He saw that my passport, and suddenly he was my best friend, or at least he wanted to be. So we spent a lot of time there. It looks like they're back. Let me get them back up here. There we go. Okay, guys. No, I was just finishing telling the story about what happened. Basically, the Irish immigration official kept me for a long time because he could, and everybody else went past, and I missed all the buses, and I had to wait outside for an inordinately long time to catch a bus to go into town to my hotel. And I was saying that you're supposed to be afforded courtesies, and you are in many countries. Like whenever I travel in Africa, almost every country, as a diplomat, you have a shorter line. They treat you, much better. Yeah. But ironically, in America, that's not the case. I traveled back to America on my diplomatic passport. I got in the line, said for diplomats, and I got up to the front, and the guy said, what are you doing here? You're in the wrong line. I said, no, it says diplomats. He says, yeah, but you're an American. That's not for you. That's for foreign diplomats. So I had to go get in the long line.
Can you believe it?
I had to go get in the long line with all the Americans. Now, the one nice thing is that if you're military, they usually have a line, and sometimes they put you in diplomatic line if you're military. Sometimes. That was at Atlanta where that happened. So a lot of times now with my military ID card, before I finish my active service, I could get a shorter line. But I don't mind waiting as long as it's reasonable. But I mean, like others, I've also had to wait in ridiculously long lines. I came back after 9/11, December of 2001, and went to Dulles and spent 3.5 hours standing in the immigration line to get through with the thousands of other people, because they had so many people landing at the same time, and they fired a lot of employees because they had criminal records, and no one had done a criminal record check when they hired them. But now after 9/11, because of terrorism, they suddenly checked people's records. But anyway, and somebody asked me if I've ever crossed, what's the worst crossing, and I said, well, probably the most difficult one was when I crossed the border from Ghana to Togo, where I had to spend about 3.5 hours because I refused to pay bribes. And so they just ignored me. Finally, I paid some guy, not an official, but some guy, gave me a bit of money, who knew somebody, went up, skipped the line, got my passport stamped, and I drove through. But I refuse to pay bribes, especially on a diplomatic passport. I think that's reprehensible. If you try to bribe a diplomat and a diplomat does that, I don't think people should ever pay bribes because it just encourages it. Look, I get why people take bribes, because they don't make enough money to live off of. I get that. But that's not my fault. And me paying a bribe just contributes to it. Anyway, so that was what that was. Really quickly here. Here's an idea. Hank says here's Johan can write a medley about Piet Retief. Okay.
Actually, I started working on a concept for a movie on Piet Retief.
Okay, that's kind of cool. Now this is interesting, because Agro earlier made the comment about Namibians aren't proper Boers, but Jason, your number 2 fan there, Gisele. Okay, Jason says I can see Gisele is een regte boerenmeisie. Awesome.
Regte boerenmeisie. Koeksisters en melktert.
There she is. They got the cooking going on and everything. All we need now is a covered. What's that?
I said I can make a mean melktert.
Wow, that's definitely enough.
In an interview a couple of years ago, they asked Jezelle to define Afrikaans. Do you remember that? Yeah, and can you recall more or less what you said?
Ja, ek het gesê Afrikaans is vir my soos koeksisters en melktert. Ja.
Yeah. That kind of defines it.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, so let's see what else. Somebody, Jason was asking if I've ever been to the Wakkerstroom Mpumalanga border. No, I don't think so. Not unless that's the one that goes. That's not the one that goes to Maputo, is it? Past Nelspruit. That's not that one, is it?
The N4 goes from Pretoria straight through. You pass Witbank all the way to Nelspruit and to Maputo. Wakkerstroom is that? I couldn't hear the question.
Oh, he's asking if I've been to that. If I've been there. I thought it was a border crossing. He said, have I been to Wakkerstroom? No, I've never been to Wakkerstroom. And I thought it was a border crossing. No, I've not been there.
Isn't that in the area of Dullstroom? Where's Wakkerstroom?
I don't know.
You tell us now.
Okay. Ask Gisele if she wears, I don't know how you pronounce this, vellies? Is he trying to say wellies?
Vellies, tell that story.
I did when I was a little girl on the farm, yeah. Yes, I did.
What are we talking about wellies like Wellington as in boots, or is that something else?
It's shoes made from animal skin.
Oh, okay.
But the design is such a design that it's ideal for wearing on a farm. But it's not a boot. It's a normal shoe.
All right. Well, I think we've proven Giselle's her street credentials. She really is a boerenmeisie. So anyway, I think we've got that covered. Anyway, it's past Standerton. That's where Wakkerstroom is. Past Standerton, wherever that's at.
Oh yes. Sorry for that mistake. We actually know that very well.
And Hank asked me to ask Johan to elaborate on the Piet Retief movie.
Okay. You know what? I just felt that it's time to tell the truth today. There were Piet Retief movies and Slag van Bloedrivier and the Voortrekker movies made like in the 50s and after that, but nothing recently. And I just feel we have to tell the truth. We have to tell the truth, and we can do it in an entertaining way. And but I actually want to start the story way before we actually came to Africa. Before Jan van Riebeeck, I want to start in Europe because it was for religious reasons that well, back then mainly Dutch ended up in France, and the Huguenots ended up in Cape Town, and the Groot Trek happened after that. You know the whole story. I want to start there, but I want to, in perspective, tell the whole story until today. But Piet Retief is a very, very big anchor in that story, and a parallel to many things that happened before and after that, if that answers the question.
No, I think it probably does. But if you're going to tell that story, I think a big part of it, and not to pass over lightly, is what Dingane's troops did after they took out Piet Retief and attacking women and children and going after the four-trekker columns, which were largely undefended and fought heroic battles against Zulu impis. I think that's often overlooked because people move from Piet Retief to Blood River, which is fine, but don't miss out. Is it Weening, or the town that's named Weeping, or whatever it's called? You can't leave that part of the,
yes.
Yeah, you can't leave that part of the story out if you're going to tell something like that. And I know in a movie you only have so much time, so you have to find an effective way to do that. I mean, that itself could be a movie by itself, that whole event.
Yeah. That will be a big anchor in the story. Yeah, definitely, Chris. And thanks for mentioning that.
No worries, my pleasure. So we really should wrap up, guys, because you're going to have to get some rest here, and I need to get a little bit of exercise in so I don't get stiff here. But seriously, so Giselle, anything you want to share with us as we say goodbye?
I can't think of anything. Just want to say thank you for all the comments, and yes, I am a boerenmeisie. En ek kook baie lekker kos, as ek het mag sê. And thank you so much for having us on your show. It really means a lot.
Don't you think we must do another concert? I mean, why only one in this long lockdown?
Hy wil Kobai sê en jy praat.
No, I just want them to convince you to do another show for us.
No, absolutely. Well, if folks in the comments, if there's still a few folks with us, if you'd like to see Giselle do another concert on the stream, say yes, concert. I think we should try to do that. I was not going to ask until I had, more than 32 followers, but I feel less shy now. We're over 2,200 followers now, not followers, but subscribers. So just on this channel, but you don't have to just stream on this channel. You can do like you did before and stream on other things. So, but let me see. So we're at 2244. That's quite a bit of growth. So yeah, if you can convince Giselle to do it, that'd be fantastic. But listen, ladies and gentlemen, please share with your friends, share with your family. I've already asked that. Spread it around. It only takes one spark, one just happenstance, one little thing on the road to serendipity for someone to break big. Like I mentioned previously with Refrensa, with Elandre, Giselle certainly deserves that kind of break with her music, and it would be wonderful with the wide range she has to get that traction and be popular, and so that she's a big star. So let's and then you can say you were there. You knew Giselle before everyone else ever heard of her. And yes, I know she had a big break with Zuidwijs, but let's get beyond that. Go to her channel, or go to her website, giselle.co.za. Check it out. Go to her Facebook page. You can watch the concert on my channel, but check it out, folks. And Yanni kindly is putting in the connections or the links right there to Giselle's website and to Facebook once again. So thank you, Yanni. I'm getting yes on the concert. Yes, anytime. Yes, please. Yes. Yeah, lots of smiles.
Okay.
So we're gonna have to force her hand on this one to do it again. All right, but yeah, and that's manageable. So, ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do is I'm going to close out with Plekken de Zon, a beautiful song by Giselle. We didn't really talk about Lek Je Foto Op. I want to do that next time we talk because I really love that. Spring, that, and we'll talk more about the videos she made. Anyway, but both of you, thank you so much, and to let's see what else. So, El Jezelle, thanks to her as well because she was a fantastic guest.
She gave us some action, eh?
Not only did she give us action, but when she took out the microphone, we got better sound quality in the end.
Yeah.
Anyway.
She just had to fix it. That was her whole thing.
That's what it
she
was.
just couldn't take us battling like that.
All right. Well, guys, I'm going to ask you just for a couple minutes to just ask you to be quiet because I'm not going to disconnect the call. I'm just going to take you off the screen. I'm going to close out, and I'm going to play your video. So I want to chat with you just at the end, okay?
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, so can we get some applause for Giselle and for Johan, especially for Giselle and for her acapella and stuff? Give me some applause in the chat right there. I really appreciate that. And you guys can just wave farewell now. I'm going to put you off the screen, okay? All right, so ladies and gentlemen, this has been my live stream on Saturday, a very long one. Thank you so much for tuning in. I really appreciate your patronage of this channel. It's really a pleasure to have everyone here. I really appreciate you guys coming in. Thanks for tuning in. And special thanks to my guest today, Gisele, and her manager and husband, Johan Yssel, for an incredible stream. If you're not a subscriber and you found this remotely interesting, please feel free to subscribe by smashing the subscription button right down there. Be sure to toggle the bell icon so you get notified of updates, my live streams, my prepared videos, and my regular Saturday show. And finally, you can leave, well, not finally, but you can leave comments, positive, if you've got them. If you've got questions, you can leave those in the stream at the video afterwards. For those who are wondering, this is a long stream, so it's going to take several hours before YouTube puts it back up on the channel. So if it's not there and you want to go back and look at it, don't fret, don't panic. It'll be up usually within 24 hours at the latest, usually within an hour or two, but we'll see. And then finally, please smash the like button. I really appreciate that. It's a great help. Getting lots of applause coming in now from the side. Yanni's still with me. Yanni, thank you so much for being a moderator throughout this stream. You were really helpful. We had some odd stuff at the beginning. People were having a little fight, and I kind of took them off. So thank you for being a moderator from there out. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for tuning in to Indaba Africa. This is Chris Wyatt coming to you on Indaba Africa, the Chris Wyatt Africa channel. And we're going to close out now with, this is from Gisele, another fantastic video. So ladies and gentlemen, God bless. Have a pleasant weekend, and be safe out there.
Voel jy asof die lewe sonder jou aangaan einde wat ek sonder twyfel weet. Jy is nie net 'n nommer nie, en jy is deel van die groter prentjie. Daar's rede dat jy lewe, 'n doel vir jou bestaan.